come close. Also, unfortunately, I explained to them the AC decided to have a hole, so it lost all its freon, which just adds to global warming. So I have fans in here, and the heat is coming from a window. So if you come closer, you get into the airstream here, so it's fresh air. All right. But those of you, as you know, Anuttara yoga is hot yoga. I want us to start at page 1. There's a picture of Sri Swami Satchitananda. Swami Satchitananda came to the US last century. This is him. And I like to use his translation because his translation, I don't agree with everything he says, but his translation is very lucid, it's very erudite, and it doesn't go into histrionics. You remember the histrionics that Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti, of the who was in the Bhakti training? You remember? If you didn't agree with Srila Prabhupada's, you were considered demonic. Hello? But Swamiji is not like this at all. He's very... So this is his face. He was a profound influence and promoter of yoga in the US and the West in general. This is his preface in the beginning. Beloved students, it gives me great joy to witness the publication of this book. For many years, these Yoga Sutras have been like a Bible to me. They have helped me in many situations on my own path of yoga and have given me invaluable guidance at many points. I appreciate the clarity, the simplicity, and the thoroughness with which Patanjali Maharishi has presented the entire yoga. Patanjali is the compiler of the Yoga Sutras. Patanjali existed 2,000 years ago. They say, Patanjali, we're not sure if it was a specific individual or whether it was a title of a whole bunch of individuals. We know that there's 2 Patanjalis of note. Patanjali, the alleged compiler of the Yoga Sutras, and Patanjali, the grammarian, an expert on Sanskrit language. We're not sure if it's the same person. I suspect it is. So Patanjali in this case is called Maharishi. What is a Maharishi? A Maharishi is a great prophet or a great seer or a great sage. That's how he is considered. You would refer to him as Patanjali Maharishi. The title Patanjali or the name Patanjali means fallen into your hands. That's what it means. There's a story that his mother prayed for a child, and she prayed like this with her hands, and a seed fell in her hands, and she brought her hands together, Anjali Mudra, and somehow a baby came out of it. And that's Patanjali, the great sage. Have you heard me say in yoga in the beginning of every class, bring your hands into Anjali Mudra? Pat means to drop. So something dropped in the palm of her hands. It was Patanjali. So a lot of these personalities in the yoga tradition have very, very mystical backgrounds, very mystical roots. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, I wasn't there. The only thing I know is what I've read and what I surmise. But I like the idea of mysticism. It makes it magical for us. If it's very hardcore, cold, scientific, it loses some of the flavor. Let's continue with the preface. Patanjali has beautifully presented it as a rigorous and complete science with all its ramifications from the most elementary to the most highly advanced points. I feel it is a living scripture to illumine our spiritual path. The Yoga Sutras are very concentrated and terse. The sutras themselves are terse little aphorisms. What is an aphorism? It comes from the Greek word aphorisma, which means undressed. Isn't that nice? Aphorisms means bare basics. Have to dress it up yourself to figure out what it really means. Let's continue. I'm going to put on these glasses on and off, because the sun is shining smack into my face and everything just becomes a blur. Or could it be that I'm getting blind? I don't know. Maybe it's a bit of both. All right. Study them, these sutras, slowly and carefully, and meditate on them. You can even learn some of the most important and useful ones by heart, and you will. This is not just a book to be quickly read and then tossed away like a popular novel, nor is it a scholarly work to fill your mind with a lot of philosophy and theories. It is a practical handbook. Guys, it's the practical handbook of Anuttara Raja Yoga. Everything, all the flows that you experience in that room, in Anuttara Raja Yoga, come from here. The flows, I just simply try to give life and meaning to these terse aphorisms by creating a story that we do a slow dance with on the floor. That's all. Every time you pick it up, you can absorb more for your growth. Let us slowly try to understand more. And what little we understand, let us try to practice. Practice is the most important factor in yoga. Patabi Joyce said famously, 99% practice, how much theory? 1% theory. Let us know that all these ideas and practices are there to help us forget our personal selfishness and broaden our minds more and more. As my master Swami Shivanandaji used to say, just be good and do good. It's very simple. Be good and do good, and the entire wisdom will be yours. Every day, let us check our progress and see that we grow a little better. Every day should elevate us a little, broaden our attitudes, reduce our selfishness, and make us better masters over our own body, senses, and mind. What pose do we do in the beginning of every Anuttara class, where we lessen our selfishness? Which one? Show us. He doesn't need it. He says Balasana, child's pose. Who stands on your sacrum on one foot? Shiva. And he subdues your childish, infantile selfishness. And he represents your higher self that lifts up and starts the cosmic dance of creation. Thank you, Mike. Aren't we proud of him? All right, let's continue. This is the kind of yoga that will really help us. And let that highest goal towards which Patanjali Sutras point be our goal, that one day we should all attain the highest samadhi, the totally liberated state. This liberation is not for the remote future or for when we die. It is to be lived in the very midst of this world. May all the holy sages, and trust me, you're going to get to know most of them, and the founder of yoga, Patanjali Maharishi, and all the saints bless us to achieve this goal with pure minds and deep meditation. May the sacred science of yoga inspire us to become such masters, to find peace and joy within ourselves, and to share the same with all humanity. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May God bless you, ever yours in yoga, Swami Sachidananda. Yogaville, which is in Virginia, March 1978, which is just before I was born. Isn't that nice? What do you mean? Okay. And then he gives all his acknowledgments to various people. Introduction. Page 11, Roman numeral 11. When the word yoga is mentioned, most people immediately think of some physical practices for stretching and stress reduction. What do I call stretching in yoga? What kind of yoga is that? Rubbish yoga. This is one aspect of the yogic science, but actually only a very small part and relatively recent in development. Hello. What's your name? Welcome. So you are going to do it. Is Sean going to sit in as well? Tomorrow. Okay. We're going to introduce ourselves. We're just doing the introduction of the book. Do you get the book, right? You're on page, I think the third page. I'm about to read the introduction. The physical yoga, or hatha yoga, was primarily designed to facilitate the real practice of yoga, namely the understanding, complete mastery over the mind. So the actual meaning of yoga is the science of the mind. We all want to know more about our minds, how they work, how we can work with them. This field is closer to us than anything else in life. It may be interesting and useful to know how to fix a car, or cook a meal, or how atoms are split. Do we mention all these things in the classes, atoms and all that? Do I mention fix the car sometimes? I haven't spoken about cooking a meal for a while. But something that holds a more immediate and vital interest for thoughtful people is their own mind. What is the mind? Does it determine our behavior and experience? Or do we create and sustain its activity? What is consciousness? Can we turn within ourselves to study and understand, perhaps even control the mind? This is the subject matter of the ancient science of Raja Yoga. Welcome to Raja Yoga, Royal Yoga. Now, look at the diacritic on the word Raja. It's R with a long stroke on top, which implies that it's not Raja, but it's Raja. The R is just like the English word father, Raja. Now, Raja Yoga is the yoga of the mind. If we call what you're going to learn Raja Yoga, it's not completely true. What you're learning is Anuttara Raja Yoga, a specific methodology. If you go around town saying, I'm teaching Raja Yoga, you sound like an idiot. You don't teach Raja Yoga. One attains or accomplishes Raja Yoga through other yoga practices like Hatha or Vinyasa or what have you. What you really are doing is Anuttara Raja Yoga. Unless you're not, in which case please call it Yin or something else. It's not the same. I know you have a lot of trouble with some places. They feel insecure. Why give kudos to what they perceive of as a competing yoga studio? But it's not a competing yoga studio. It's a school of yoga. It just so happens to be in the neighborhood. That's all. It's hard for me to explain this to some of these studio owners. A lot don't need to explain. A lot get it, and they're very appreciative. But a lot of them are not. A lot of them are very frightened You know, they take our teacher certification, they take what we have created, they want the teachers to teach it in their premises, but they don't want to call it what it is because it threatens them. It will guide people here. I get it. I understand. Maybe we should all be a little bit more understanding and generous, I suppose. Let them call it whatever it is. What I don't appreciate is if someone is not trained in Anuttara Raja Yoga and goes around saying that they're teaching it. That is a big no-no. It's not fair to those who paid money and spent time and educate themselves on what it is, and then somebody who hasn't done this purports to teach it. It lacks integrity. It's proprietary theft, basically. That's when I called Nancy on the phone. All right, let's continue. Unfortunately, the place where you practice is, they do that with some of the individuals. And I really don't know how to handle this. Traditionally, the word yoga by itself refers to Raja Yoga, the mental science. With the current burgeoning of interest in expanding consciousness and in mental science in general, it is natural that we turn to Raja Yoga. There are, of course, many Western approaches to the study and control of mind, each advancing various difficult concepts and techniques. But compared to these, the ancient yogic science is a great grandsire. For thousands of years, the yogis have probed the mysteries of the mind and consciousness, and we may well discover that some of their findings are applicable to our own search as well. The primary text of Raja Yoga is called the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, sometimes called Patanjala Yoga Sutras or Yoga Darshana. Sutra literally means thread. Each sutra, what close word from in English do we have that sounds like sutra? Sutures, stitches. Sutra literally means thread, each sutra being the barest thread of meaning upon which a teacher might expand by adding his or her own beads of experience, little beads of wisdom, little pearls of wisdom for the sake of the students. There are almost 200 sutras, traditionally divided into 4 sections. The first portion is contemplation, Samadhi Pada. Pada, it means chapter in this case, or portion. Pada literally means foot. This is a pada. So it's a footprint. The first, this 4 chapters, 4 feet. This probably was given first as an inspiration to the student to begin the practices. The second is the portion on practice, Sadhana Pada. There is philosophy in this section also, but of more practical nature. And the first 5 basic steps out of traditional 8 limbs of Raja Yoga are expounded, along with their benefits, obstacles, and their accomplishments, and ways to overcome the obstacles. The third section is the portion on accomplishments, Vibhuti Pada, and discusses the final 3 inner steps of Raja Yoga. Those are the antarangas, or the interior limbs. Plus all the powers and accomplishments which could come to the faithful practitioner. The final section is called the portion on absoluteness, Kaivalya Pada, and discusses yoga from a more cosmic, philosophical viewpoint. It is not known exactly when Sri Patanjali lived, or even if he was a single person, rather than several persons using the same title. Estimates of the date of the sutras range from 5,000 before the Common Era to 300 AD. In any case, he did not in any sense invent Raja Yoga, but rather systematized it and compiled the already existing ideas and practices. Since that time, he has been considered the father of yoga, and his sutras are the basis for all of the various types of meditation and yoga which flourishes today in their myriad forms. And that's it. You can read the rest yourselves. Guide to Sanskrit Pronunciation. Now, as far as when did Patanjali create the sutras, it's very simple. I think an easier way to figure it out is to look at the language. Sanskrit evolves in various ways. Sanskrit has an archaic form, a classical form, a medieval form, and even a modern form. So if we look at the language of the sutras, we can discern when exactly it was compiled. Based on the language in the sutras, we can see that it was probably compiled in the classical period, which is about 2,000 years ago. Almost around the same time as the beginning of the Mishnah, the Midrash, and the Gospels, all these lovely things in the West. We can tell from the language. Vedic Sanskrit, which is much, much older, is very different. Classical Sanskrit is different as well. Medieval Sanskrit is even more different. It sounds almost like Hindi. There's words that don't exist in classical Sanskrit. So we can figure out the age of a text based on its language. If you were to read Shakespeare, you would know that it's around the 16th, 17th century. If you were to read Chaucer, which is much older, you realize it's a different English completely. It's almost not even English at this point. And you go further back in time, it's no longer English. It's Anglish, a Germanic language. So it's the same. Medieval French, Manon, versus modern French. Is there a difference? It's almost impossible to understand ancient or medieval French. All right, so let's start. The pronunciation guide. The pronunciation guide is very important. By the time we finish this training, you will be able to pronounce Sanskrit almost properly, which is a very rare attainment in the West. Should we try? Guide to Sanskrit pronunciation. You see the first letter? It's almost like the beginning of this, of Om, like this. It's A. The next one looks almost the same, but it has a double stroke. That's A. A. And then the next, these are vowels. The next one is E, as in fill, as in pin. And then the next one is E, as in feed. Then it's U, as in full or bush. Then it's U, as in fool and rule. People who don't speak English natively have a very hard time discerning the difference. Remember, if I were to write this on the board, I showed you last time when we did the orientation. Bit. I'm going to sound somewhat Australian now, because Australians pronounce it properly. Bait. And then beat. To someone who doesn't speak English natively, it all sounds the same. Beat, beat, beat. But it's not the same. Okay, same with Sanskrit. But in Sanskrit, we have, just like English, we have different spellings, and a lot of people who don't speak English natively get very frustrated with English because they say, why do you write it like this, pronounce it differently? It's because of Old English. Typical would be like words like laughter. Laughter is spelled like this. That's because in Old English it was pronounced as laughter. But you don't go around saying, oh, I like your laughter. People will be offended. It's shifted pronunciation, but it's still spelled the same way, because in Germanic languages, to laugh is lach. Oh, that's Dutch. I speak Dutch, so, okay? So we can see how a language progresses. And the same thing, we can see how the Sanskrit progresses, so we can give it a timeline, you know, what time it comes from. Let's look more at these vowels. Are you guys interested in these things? You are going to get a crash course in comparative religion, comparative linguistics. You're going to get a crash course in pronunciation and voice training and voice projection, and also bhava. What is bhava? Huh? Mood or beingness. How you project an upbeat kind of mood if you go on to teach yoga. You cannot walk in with your face down to your ankles and expect people to show up to your class. Isn't going to happen. You cannot speak in a monotone and have the same narrative every time. It's not going to happen. You have to be very creative, and you have to be very much an entertainer. You should have seen Chittapotri's Facebook posts when she used to teach yoga. What bizarre things did you do in your Facebook posts? She was clearly an entertainer. What would you do?
I would do a yoga pose and make a funny comment with it, but related to life.
She would wear high-heeled shoes on, and she would be in Mr. Shettipu's office, and she would do a yoga pose and post it on Facebook. I'm so glad he was not on Facebook to see these things. She will explain to you who Mr. Shettipu was. Some of you already know. These are famous stories, part of the Anuttara history. All right, let's continue with this. Then you have a vowel which looks like an R. Do you guys see it? It's an R with a little dot underneath. It's called a rhotic slur or rhoticism. It sounds like R. Do it? R. R. And who speaks like that? Valley girls. It's true. If you were Valley girls in California, if you were to go the San Fernando Valley, that's how they talk. They have a very specific accent. If you were to say, let's go to the shopping center, how would they pronounce it? Shopping center. That r sound is a rhotic slur, and that is actually a vowel in Sanskrit. So a lot of the words you'll say, how do you pronounce this word? It's just a bunch of consonants. Like the word vritti. It's V-R with dot, double T-I. I mean, it's vritti. How do you make such a sound? Well, the R with a dot underneath is actually a vowel. It's a R, vritti. So now you know. Let's continue. Let's see what other vowels there are. There's a R with a dot at the bottom and a critic at the top. It's rib as in shopping center. It's held twice as long. Have you ever had a yoga instructor saying, hi everybody, namaste, which is completely bad pronunciation of a namaste. Bring your hands to heart center. And it's like, maybe she speaks fluent Sanskrit, I don't know, but that's the sound. Okay. Namaste, for instance, is called a vowel glide. We don't have vowel glides in Sanskrit. It's namaste. We have diphthongs like au or a, but no vowel glides. You'll encounter these as we progress. It's good to have this background now so that you're not bewildered as we get there. Then more. Please note the letters r, r, l are vowels and are not to be confused with the consonants r and l. E, the letter E, it's pronounced as a, always long, a. Here he says pray and everybody's wrong. It's a. Otherwise it's a vowel glide. And AI is I, as in isle. O, as in go. Au, as in how. As in hum. And so on and so on. There's the rest of them. K, as in seek. K, as a K with an H, like backhand. G, as in good. And then G with an H, G. And then and then ch. A C is always pronounced as ch. CH is ch with an H next to it, so it's ch. J as in joy, JH as in ch. N as in ñ with a tilde as in Spanish. T as in tub, TH as in t with an aspirant. D as in deer, and DH as in t. N as in not, T as in pet, and so on and so on and so on. The rest of the consonants and vowels pretty much sound the same as in English, except next page when he gives us different forms of S. Do you see the S's? The first S is just like the English, as in sun. The next S is a sh, as in shun. The next S with the diacritic at the bottom, it's more like a back of the mouth kind of sh. It's called not sh. So take your tongue and stick it up the palate near the uvula and make an S sound. What pose do we have, which is called, it has the sound? Sarshangasana, rabbit pose. Sarshangasana. How do you rabbit pose? Mike shows how to do rabbit pose. Mike just recently got engaged. I saw it on video. He actually had it recorded. And I was watching his girlfriend to see if she was going to say yes. And she didn't. What if she didn't say yes? Would you still put it on Facebook? She said no. That's rabbit pose. Look how properly he's doing it. His forehead is touching his knee. He's not putting weight in his head. He's not compacting into his neck. He's articulating the vertebrae of his lower back especially. Thank you. Very, very nice, Mike. See what happens when you get engaged? I think because he can do this pose properly, she said yes. She could have said yes. All right, let's continue. The syllable gnya occurs in Sanskrit and sounds more like gnya. If you have a J before an N, the J sounds just like the English G. And the N with a tilde on top is just like the Spanish N, ñ. So it's ñ. What word do we have that sounds like this? What is this mudra? Jnana mudra. Gnosis in Greek. Knowledge in English. Okay? All right, let's continue. The vowels and consonants are pronounced the same whenever they appear in a word. Each syllable of a word is stressed equally, with the long vowels held twice as long as the short. Because each short and long vowel is a different letter in Sanskrit, it is important to pronounce them correctly. Mispronunciation changes the Sanskrit spelling, making another word with another meaning. For example, Raja means king, while Raja means dust. So be careful when you say Anuttara Raja Yoga. Don't go around saying, I'm teaching Anuttara Raja Yoga. It means you're teaching the Supreme Dust Yoga. Samadhipada. It's always chanted out. It's never to be read cold without bhava. It's supposed to be chanted. This begins our study of Raja Yoga or Ashtanga, eight-limbed yoga, as it's sometimes called. Hold on a second. Everybody thinks Ashtanga yoga is that crazy vinyasa style. I had one this morning in my vinyasa class. Who was there to, what did you witness?
And a full cup that was not necessarily receptive to learning.
Her cup was so full that anything I tried to pour into a cup spilled on my floor.
All over.
All over. After we died in Shavasana and we came back to life, she did it. She flipped forward. And then when we sat cross-legged to chant mantra to show how spiritual we are, she decided to do a lifted lotus. And then I couldn't anymore. At that point I said, please, we finished with yoga poses. We're chanting mantra and invocation now. Do you care to join us? She was what they call, she was a practitioner of the so-called Ashtanga style. It's a very aggressive, very type A vinyasa style. It does a lot of binds, which destabilize the shoulder joints big time. A lot of float backs, which destabilizes the lower back big time. A lot of things, aggressive things, which creates hyperextension of the knees. It's a very damaging kind of practice that, if you can hold it, that Krishnamacharya taught at the Mysore Palace to teenage boys, to chill them out, to calm them down. Then Patabi Joyce took on that role. Patabi Joyce was one of Krishnamacharya's prize students. There's Patabi Joyce, and next to him was the other prize student, Iyengar. Both taught vinyasa, but Patabi Joyce is the one who continued the tradition of this aggressive vinyasa, which we now know as Ashtanga. It's simply Ashtanga because they said to him, Guruji, what is this yoga? He says, vinyasa. What kind of vinyasa? He says, it's Ashtanga. Guys, everything we do in yoga nowadays is Ashtanga. Anuttara Raja Yoga is Ashtanga. It's the eight-limbed path to liberation. Ashtanga is a philosophical construct, not some style of vinyasa. Can't explain that to these type A Ashtangi types. I don't even bother anymore. Whatever. They don't show up again. It's too spiritual. They get bored. I mean, and all these breaks where we sit down. In Dhyanasana, she would sit in Vajrasana and drinking water and taking breaks. To them, it's like a cocktail party. It's different styles for different folks. Different strokes for different folks. Yes?
Once when I lived in Richmond, Virginia, and she was all into Ashtanga, and I wasn't even really doing any kind of yoga back then.
Yeah.
But she would talk about it, how she was she would talk about how she would stay in these poses for a long periods of time. And she's a really gentle woman and really didn't look like she put any harm on her body. And very good, she's from Montreal actually. No, from Quebec. But she was super cool.
Montreal,
so that's why
is in Quebec.
Yeah, it's different. It's
okay,
different.
there's a whole bunch of Quebecs. Okay.
So I was just curious on your take on that.
No,
that's all.
it's the Ashtangis that I mentioned are people like the Kests, very California style. It's very, that kind of thing. It's the Mysore school that developed into an aggressive Ashtanga practice. It's wonderful. I've done it. It's wonderful. And a lot of what we do here as vinyasa is very much influenced by that. But it's a different take. You know, it's everything in modern yoga is Ashtanga. So maybe this gentle woman maybe she was just doing hatha. Yeah, they were just calling it that. Guys, Raja Yoga is Ashtanga in the truest sense of the word. Here, Swamiji says they are synonyms, means the same thing. In India, you saw this for yourself, right? They would call it Ashtanga.
Sometimes when they realize, because they all realize they want to try everything. So they try Ashtanga, then they come to Hatha. And I've seen many, many people, after they have tried Hatha, they said, oh my goodness, this is so good. So they will stop Ashtanga because they do themselves in the shoulder, they get hurt in the shoulders, in the back, they get very much injured. So you have to be careful. But yeah, if you see someone doing a nice flow of Ashtanga, it is very beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's a nice flow if you know how to do it correctly. It's gorgeous, you know. Like they step back like we do sometimes and step forward also. So yeah, but this is it.
Yeah. It's a specific vinyasa style became called Ashtanga. But that's really not what Ashtanga means. It's just, you know, it's a style. Patabi Joyce, I know. Yeah. Iyengar did not have good things to say about this. But that's another story. That's called yoga drama. All right. And there's lots of that in the yoga world. So here he says Raja Yoga or Ashtanga is one and the same. The Yoga Sutras are expounded by the sage Patanjali Maharishi, comprise the first and foremost scripture of yoga. It was Patanjali who carefully coordinated yogic thought and explained it to his students. As he expounded these thoughts, his students jotted them down in a sort of shorthand, using just a few words, which came to be called the sutras. The literal meaning of the word sutra is thread, and these sutras are just combinations of words threaded together, usually not even well-formed sentences with subjects, predicates, and so on. Within the space of these 200 short sutras, the entire science of yoga is clearly delineated. Its aim, the necessary practices, the obstacles you may meet along the path, their removal, and the precise descriptions of the results that will be obtained from such practices. Are you ready to do the Yoga Sutras? I will chant it, and then you chant it with me. Are you guys ready? Atta yoganushasanam. Atta yoganushasanam. Now, the exposition of yoga is being made. Anushasanam means exposition or instruction because it's not mere philosophy, but rather direct instruction on how to practice yoga. Mere philosophy will not satisfy us. We cannot reach the goal by mere words alone. Without practice, nothing can be achieved. Anushasanam. The word anu means annotated or above. What other word starts with anu? Anuttara, the supreme or the highest. Second sutra. Yogaschitta vritti nirodha. Chant it with me. Yogaschitta vritti nirodha. You see the H at the end with a dot underneath? That dot underneath means that you have to echo the last syllable. The echo of the last syllable is called visarga. In our vinyasa, we do visargas. How do we do visarga? A double chaturanga at the end of every verse. That doubling of the chaturanga, we call, it's not universal, but we call it visarga, an echo, which tells the students that we finished that movement, we finished that verse. We do it at the end of sun salutations with a double chaturanga. We do it at the end of moon salutations with a double chaturanga. We do it at the end of warriors and triangles with a double chaturanga. And that's enough chaturangas at that point. Who gets exhausted with endless chaturangas? Usually by the time we do the kneeling position, what we call Tirodhana Maya, the illusion, the lifting of the veils, where we see little animals like fish and camels and rabbits and tortoises and eagles. We don't do chaturangas anymore. Enough already. Because we worked the shoulders, we worked everything. And we are doing spinal flexions, very powerful ones. And we want to become limber, not necessarily strong. Chaturanga makes us strong. Now we're focusing on limberness, on being, that's why. Understand that this is the primary text for Anuttara Raja Yoga. But it's the primary text for any kind of yoga. Not just what we call Anuttara Raja Yoga. You understand this, right? Okay, let's continue. A lot of you already read the purports, or a lot of you have this book for a while. A lot of you understand all these things already. Let's continue. The third one is also very important. In fact, the first three sutras, I want you to be able to chant them off by heart. The first three sutras. Ata yoganushasanam yogaschitta vritti nirodha. The third one. Tadadrashto swarupi vastanam. I need you all to know these sutras off by heart. Just like you learn mantras, learn these first three sutras. You can learn all of them if you want. It's going to take a while though. But the first three are vital. The first three sutras basically describe all of yoga. Now, Ata Yoganushasanam. Now begins the highest exposition on yoga. When does yoga begin? Now. Does yoga begin tomorrow? If your mind is turbulent, when do you want to quiet your mind? Now. This moment. Ahora, at once. That's when yoga begins. All you have to do, it's so simple. All you have to do is sit down, close the eyes, and focus on the breathing. That's it. You've started yoga now. Yoga is chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga quiets the mental chatter. That's what it does. That's all it purports to do. Is there a way you can make it even softer? Okay, turn it off. We have the fans as white noise. And I have the instrument too, if you want mine. No, it's too, yeah. 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 Yoga is a verb. It means to yoke, to tie onto body, mind, to spirit. But yoga has also become a noun. And we write it accordingly. When you do yoga as a verb, you write it in lowercase y. When you write yoga as a noun, you write it uppercase y. Because it's a living thing. So I think that will give you an indication of what the author or the writer means when he says yoga. The closest cognate we have to the word yoga is the English yoke. When you yoke an ox onto a cart, the cart is pulled by chakras, wheels, and the one who guides the poor ox is the spirit. The ox is the mind, stubborn and stupid. The body is the cart, slow and lethargic. And the wheels are the chakras, keeps things turning. That's the best. And the first time yoga is mentioned in that sense is in the Vedas, the ancient texts of India. Remember, there are 4 Vedas in the orientation. You remember I mentioned them? You remember them, Ellie? Who remembers the 4 Vedas? Yes, Nancy. Microphone in hand, close to face. Okay, read them out.
Rig Veda, Shapur Veda, Sama, and Artava.
Okay. Rig Veda, the Veda of praise. Artava Veda, the Veda of rituals. Yajur Veda, the Veda of sacrifice. And Sama Veda, compiling all the other Vedas into song. Is that cute? Who chanted the Vedas for the first time? Brahma. He sprouted from Vishnu's navel, and he has 4 heads. And as he's standing on a lotus blossom sprouting from Vishnu's navel, each of the 4 mouths of Brahma chanted each of the 4 Vedas. And everybody thinks all the 4 Vedas are different. They're really not. They just confirm each other. Some of them have exactly the same spells, magical incantations, mantras. And because they are magical incantations and spells, we have to learn how to pronounce these incantations and spells properly, because otherwise it can lead to the wrong result. Remember Hogwarts? How the teachers at Hogwarts were insistent that they pronounce the spells properly? Who's ever watched? What's that book called? The Harry Potter things. It's exactly the same. These are spells and incantations. And to mispronounce the spells, oh my goodness, it can come back to haunt you. All right, let's continue. Four. Vritti sarupyam itaratra. At other times, the self appears to assume the forms of the mental modifications. So you walk into a room and your face is down to the floor. What does that tell me about your mental state? You're depressed, disheartened, perhaps angry, upset. I mean, there's a lot of information that a viewer can pick up based on your face. The way you talk, the way your expression, the way you walk, even the way you dress, the way you hold yourself. It gives me a lot of information. This is what it means. At other times, the self assumes the forms of the mental modifications. You get to learn how to read people based on their facial expressions. Some people are very good at hiding how they feel. They're very good actors. They can put on a happy smile and everything, whereas inside they're dying. But the yogi can see right through these masks. You see things like, how do they stand? How do they walk? How do they sit? What's the tone of their voice? What's the pitch? You learn a lot of these things. And you also learn a lot about yourself, because if there's things you don't want to show, if there's things you don't like about yourself, you have the ways to overcome and to shift out of that. This is very powerful work. Let's go back to the first sutra. Let's break down each word for word. At the end of this training, you will start to recognize individual Sanskrit words, and you're going to find these words over and over again in different variations. So you're not going to learn how to speak Sanskrit, but you're going to learn a lot of Sanskrit vocabulary. If you do go on to learn to speak Sanskrit because you're so weird that you want to speak Sanskrit fluently, you just may be able to pull it off. Not many people in the West can speak Sanskrit. Not many people in India can speak Sanskrit. The ones who do are the Pandits, the priestly caste that study it since they're 3 years old. They don't speak Sanskrit amongst themselves, but they study Sanskrit. Let's go back. Atha Yoganushasanam. Yoganushasanam. Let's go back and let's look at the vocabulary breakdown. Swamiji, who did the commentaries on this, did such incredible work with his explanations and his translations. Atha, remember that the H is pronounced, and there's no theta sound in Sanskrit. So it will never be atha, it will be atha. The H is an aspirant. Listen to my voice. Do it. Okay, it's not ata, it's atha, and it means now. It's not yoga, it's yoga. And then it's anu. You see the diacritic on top of the S? So it must be a sh, anushasanam, exposition or instruction. Anu means highest, shasanam means exposition. Now begins the highest exposition of yoga. My translation is not identical to Swamiji's. Please feel free to put in Yogacharya's translation. Now, the highest exposition of yoga. It's an expose. Exposition means an expose. It comes from the French, expose. Did they teach you French in Toronto as well? Oh, then now you're really going to get confused. Oui, oui. I got to speak schoolboy French in Montreal. Yeah, they immediately switched over to English. Immediately, at once. I know. But as soon as they could hear that I was not, they switched to English. I said, but I want to practice my French, please. Not English. That's it. Okay. Next verse, yogash. You see the S again? It literally means yoga is. Yogash. And then chitta. Chitta, of the mind stuff, the mind field. Chitta. What's the closest English cognate?
Chatter.
Chatter. Chit chat. Remember, like in English, we have chit chat. The mind going chit chat, chit chat, chit
It could
chat.
also be
Whose mind goes chit chat sometimes? The Ashtanga at the back of my class made my mind go chit chat. And I couldn't make any snarky comments to people next to me like I normally do, because I was being recorded.
I
I
felt
sit
what
there
you
like
were
a saint
saying.
and deal with this.
Definitely felt like what you would say, though. I was trying to close my eyes at one point. I was like, you can't look at me.
Anyway, it's all part of the fun. That's part of the fun of teaching a yoga class. At first, it's not fun while it's happening. Later, it becomes fun. All right. Don't worry, we're not going to see that type A Ashtangi again. Chitta. What is your Mama Diksha? Which means?
Microphone.
But what was the meaning? What was my intention?
Daughter of consciousness.
So chitta can mean consciousness from the word chit. Chit. The nominative of chit is chin. What is this mudra called? Chin mudra, consciousness seal. So chit is the actual noun. The nominative is chin, and chitta is the collection of chit. Chitta can also mean shit. The closest word, it's true. Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha. Vritti. You look at the R with a dot at the bottom, so therefore it's a vowel. Vritti. Does it have a diacritic on top?
No.
No. So it's a short R. It's not a R, it's a R. Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha. The double T. It means it's vritti. Pronounce every T. There's a reason why there's two T's. Otherwise it will be vritti. Not vritti. Vritti. Nirodha. Effluence.
Yes.
Think of a toilet bowl. Yoga is you flushing the toilet bowl. And all the chitta flushes away. And then the bowl fills up with clean water. And then you, as the witness, can see your true self reflecting back in the clean, still waters of consciousness. The toilet bowl analogy is the best analogy I could come up with. Yes, Nancy.
Before you come, your mind must be clear. Can you explain the difference between, I thought all the work began once you got there. And so now I'm a little confused.
Before you come, your mind must be clear. Is what I said? Oh, who knows? Who cares what I say in here? I'm just nervous with all these people in here. All kinds of things come out of my mouth. Humding, as we call them.
Switches.
I think your heart must be pure. You mustn't come with evil intent. You mustn't come to be lascivious with the people next to you. I don't know what I said. Who knows? Mike, your mic.
Perhaps the yamas and the niyamas are the things you can do before you even enter the room. You know, then your next step.
That's what you mean. I said, you walk into this room on 2 feet. The first 2 limbs of Ashtanga, yama and niyama. My right foot is yama, the first limb. My second limb is niyama. If you don't follow ethics and morals, yamas and niyamas, you wouldn't even be in a yoga room. It wouldn't interest you. That's what I meant. And the third aspect of Ashtanga, the 8-limb path, is what? Asana. Asana means seat. Do you like that big asana you're sitting on? How does your asana feel on that asana? It feels nice. Asana. Does it feel better? Yeah. Asana means seat. The closest we have is from the French asser or Spanish asiendo. Asana, seat, just a seat. And then it's pranayama. We'll get into the Ashtanga limbs, but they are cumulative and progressive and hierarchical. And you're going to get into each one of them in proper sequence. But first you have to walk into the room, Brooke. You put one foot in front of the other. Yama and niyama. Yama and niyama. And then you sit down, asana. And then you focus on the breathing, pranayama. Isn't that how it always starts? Yes. That's how it starts. Once you're done with your pranayama exercises, then you go into pratyahar. Pratyahar, sensory withdrawal. You close your eyes, you see nothing. Hands up, you touch nothing. The blood rushes up the carotids into your brain, you hear nothing. Your tongue up at the roof of the mouth, you taste nothing. Sensual withdrawal, pratyahara. Then you flip your hands and you look forward and you stare. Dharana, concentration. Then you move forward with feline grace like a cougar. Dhyana, the huntress. Dhyana, meditation. And then samadhi. For me, samadhi is dancing lion. I'm just completely out of it at that point. Who enjoys dancing lion?
Oh, yeah.
It just soothes you. It's very soothing. Sometimes I joke in class. I say, I suffer social anxiety. If you were to invite me to a party or even worse, a dinner, I have such anxiety that I immediately start doing dancing lion. And then nobody invites me anymore, which is just fine. All right, so, and then having done dharana concentration, dhyana meditation, samadhi absorption, you achieved Ashtanga. That's the eight-limbed path. You become independent. You become liberated. You become free. You become a Jivan Mukti. Jivan Mukta. You achieve Kaivalyam, independence. The Day of Independence in India is celebrated as Kaivalya Day. It's called Kaivalya Day, Independence Day. What's our Independence Day in this country?
4th of July.
4th of July. And the very next day is Canada Day. The 5th of July. Do you celebrate Canada Day? Do you, Chittapotri? Is there a traditional celebration for it? You just fly the maple leaf? Do you have dinner parties? Do you kill an animal and eat it? What do you do?
Microphone, please.
Pass it around. Pass the dachi.
So, I mean, I don't really celebrate Canada Day, but of course it is a big event.
It is a big event.
Definitely,
Oh.
like here it is also. So you go out, there's a lot of musician and a lot of music going on and etc. etc. But like maybe I will watch on TV and then maybe not. So
You won't go out into the streets and dance?
no,
Okay.
no, not anymore.
Not anymore?
There you go.
I was in Montreal and there was a park. And there a band started playing and people literally started to dance. It was the most delightful thing. There was no shooting. There was none of that. I mean, it was calm and people started to dance and they all said hello to each other and bonjour and good day. And it was just wonderful. I'm a big fan of Canada. All right. So it's low-key. Okay. But what astonished me is that people were actually getting along and dancing in the public square and people were nice to each other and that there was no shooting. Of course. Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga is the chitta, no rotating, vritti. What close word in English do we have which sounds like vritti?
Vortex.
Vortex, ringing, not ringing a bell, but ringing a wet rag. Has your mind ever felt like a wet rag and you just want to rinse it out? You want to wring it clean to get rid of all this stuff in your mind? That's vritti. That's vritti. And then nirodha. Nir means no. It's a negative. Rodha means rotation. How do you say wheel in Spanish? Senor? A wheel. A roda. A roda. Can you see? No roda, no turning, no rotating. That's literally what it means. You can take it word for word and find an English cognate in each one of these words. Yogash, yoga is. Chitta, effluence. Vritti, vortex. Nirodha, no rotation. In other words, it flushes your mind clean of all kinds of effluence. What kind of effluence could you possibly have in your mind? What kind of chitta swirls around in the toilet bowl of your brain? All kinds of things. Stuff that happened at work, stuff that happened at home, stuff that happened at the bank. I mean, there's all kinds of things. Right, Mike? Imagine if she had said no. How would your vrittis be then? What would you have done if she said, Mike, that's very sweet, but I think you and I need to talk about it more.
I don't know if he would have asked if she was
At
going to.
that point, you just walk away, just give up on the whole thing. You just leave the table, get in a plane, fly away.
Would you have caused the scene? Or would you have maintained dignity and continued with, because there were other people around as well.
Yeah, I think that's too awkward. You just get out of that situation. A vomitorium, emergency
You would
exit.
have done the vomitorium.
Just go right into the vomitorium pose.
Thank goodness that wasn't an issue, because she said immediately yes.
Yes.
But can you imagine his chitta and his vrittis if she had said, I don't think so?
I was very nervous before I said anything. There were a lot of chitta vrittis moments leading up. So I can attest to how that feels. It wasn't amazing. You get bound up.
So when the toilet gets clogged.
Yeah. Totally gets clogged. You need to
And
flush.
sometimes it spills over.
It almost did yesterday.
Yeah, I had to deal with it yesterday. It's part of the job. So let's continue. The first, these 3 sutras are so important. The third one, tada. What does tada mean in English?
Surprise!
If I were to come up to you and say, tada,
Surprise!
when you presented the ring, did you go, tada? Okay. Tada means and then, and so, therefore, and thus, and so it happens. Tada. Drashtu. Drashtu means the witness. It's very closely related to the word drishti, focal point. What is our very first drishti when we do a typical Anuttara yoga class?
Third eye?
Yeah, bru, madhya, middle, drishti, brow medial gazing. Look at my eyes. That's bru, madhya, drishti. And you do it when you sit down, but you don't really poke your eyeballs up. You close your eyes, but the eyeballs naturally rotate up to the space between the eyebrows. It's called brow medial gazing, bru, madhya, drishti. There's lots of drishtis. If I can look at the tip of my nose, it's called nasagraha drishti, nose tip gazing. You want to see what it looks like? That's nasagraha drishti. These drishtis are very powerful for your eyes. You guys realize that, right? You really need to exercise your eyes. You can do other eye exercises. You can do this. Do all kinds of things with your eyes. Who is there?
Probably Carissa.
Carissa.
You can check it.
Okay. So drashtu, and you're going to find the word drashtu in various ways. It means the viewer. It means to focus. It means to look. It has all these meanings. Swa, the word swa means own or self. What word in Spanish is a close cognate? Soy. Swa. Sui in Latin. In law school, did you study things like sui generis? Did you ever do Latin terms when you studied at law school? Yeah, sui generis, of itself, of its own generation, it comes from itself, sui generis. Soy, swa in Sanskrit. And then rupe, again, very close to the word robes, ropas in Spanish, rupe. Are you studying about ropas, clothes? How do you say it in Italian? Okay, vestments. But rupa means clothes in Spanish. And here, rupa means the form, the shape that you assume. The clothing, it's almost like you clad yourself in a certain form or body or shape or form. Rupa. In other words, and then the last word is avastanam. The a has dropped, and there is a little, like, what is that? An apostrophe? It means that you don't want to put the word svarupe and then another vowel immediately following. Svarupe avastanam. It makes Sanskrit sound barbaric. Svarupe avastanam. That's not Sanskrit. It's got to blend in. The blending is called sandhi, S-A-N-D-I. And these are grammatical rules. Sandhi. So, svarupi apostrophe vastanam. Avastana means to abide with. Avast, to hold. Is there any cognate in Spanish that sounds like avast? The English word is have. Greek has almost the same word. Vasta, navastas, to hold in hand. Any other Indo-European languages that people speak? French, Spanish, Italian, Armenian, Persian, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Bangla. What else? Did I miss one? Krivatsky, Romanian, Russian, German, not Hungarian, not Finnish or Estonian, not Turkish, not Hebrew, but yes to Yiddish. And Quebecois, of course. Está, good.
Microphone.
Mike, what's wrong with your mic?
Come on.
Yeah, está being Spanish for being kind of here. Estaba, Spanish for being here, but in the past. So continuously here. Could be like abiding.
Abiding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Estaba, abiding.
Avastanam. Yeah, because that's abiding. Yeah, that's the word, abiding. Do you see how we can find the cognate in modern Indo-European languages for just about every one of these words, but not in Arabic, Eli. Those are Afro-Asiatic languages, Hebrew, Arabic, Amharic. What other Afro-Asiatic languages are there? Tamazight, which is Berber, Tigrinya, Tigray, Somali. They are completely different language family. Sanskrit is Indo-European. The word Indo means India, and European means Europe. It's a language family that spans from North India up across what is today Turkey, because Turkey is in what was Anatolia, and the languages spoken in Anatolia were Indo-European languages until they got obliterated with the Turkish invasions, all the way to Ireland. Those are all Indo-European languages. Hungarian, in the middle of Europe, is is a bizarre offshoot of some Magyar tribes from the Urals in the central Russia that they've made their way into Central Europe. They are a European people, but Magyar or Hungarian is not an Indo-European language. Finnish as well. Finnish is from Karelia, northern Russia. It's Germanic. It's very much Indo-European. Afrikaans in South Africa and Namibia is very much an Indo-European language. Yeah. Okay, so Yiddish is Indo-European.
Yeah. Microphone.
Oh, to abide?
The Yiddish word to abide. It's not at all. It's
What does it say?
bleiben.
Oh, to bleiben. In Dutch and in German, bleiben means to be. Yeah. You know, a Yiddish mother would say, bleib hier. Yeah, stay here. Yeah. Just ask what your Boba would have said, and then you'll remember. All right. 4. We did vritti sarupyam itaratra. Vritti, the vortex or the mental modification. Sa means with. Rupya means form. And itaratra means at other times. At other times, the self appears to assume the forms of the mental modifications. He says here, you seem to have lost your original identity and have identified with your thoughts and your body. How many times do I say at the end of it when we go into Shavasana? What is my typical narrative at that point? Let go of your body, you are not this body. Let go of your mind, you are not this mind. What are you then? If you're not your body and your mind, what are you? Spirit. You're coming here to study this so that you can abide within your true nature, which is spirit. That's ultimately what it's saying. The body assumes the shapes and forms of the mental modifications. You can see it written all over your face. You know, if somebody's very turbulent, their face looks turbulent. If somebody's very scared, their face looks scared. Humans have a wide range of facial expressions. Humans have very expressive faces. Dogs also. Cats, not so much. You have to sort of look and think. Yeah, they talk. Yeah, you can figure out if you get to know them. I have a parrot at home. His name is Pestos. He's a pest. And he always looks the same. You don't know if he's going to kiss you or bite your face off. You don't know. I mean, it just depends how he feels. So I cannot read his vrittis. I cannot read his mind. He bit me on my lip. Oh, is it Pestos? So cute. It happens. Okay. Number 5. Vritaya, Panchataya, Klishta, Aklishta. Have you ever heard me say that in class?
Yes, all the time.
There are 5 types of vrittis, painful or painless. Break down the words. Vritaya, if vritti is the single case, vritaya is plural. So now we learned how to make a plural. 1 vritti, 2 or more, vritaya. And then taya, panchataya. Punch is 5. Just think of 5 knuckles if you make a punch. Punch is 5. Taya means types. So vrittis, 5 types. Klishta, and it looks like the same word repeated twice. Klishta, klishta. It's not. It's klishta and then klishta. So we get back into the rules of Sandhi. The word klishta it can mean closed. What happened to my rubbing? There's my rubbing thing. Yeah, I got it. So, pancha, five, kaya, types, klishta, and then klishta. So we learned how to do negations. There's two negations, and it's identical to Greek and in English the same. Nirodha, no rotation. Aklishta, unclosed. Or like symmetrical versus asymmetrical. By putting the A in front, it negates it. But because there's two A's, the word changes. It becomes klishta, klishta, except the A has a long diacritic. Is that the case in the book? Klishta, klishta?
Mm-hmm.
If it was two separate words, not next to each other, it would be klishta without a diacritic, and aklishta without a diacritic. But because there's two A's next to each other, the rules of Sandhi, the compounding of words, demands that this has a long diacritic. So it's klishta, klishta. And just by looking at this, one knows that it means closed and unclosed. It means pain or painless. It means tinctured or untinctured. It means affected or unaffected. The word klishta has many, many, many meanings. And we're not quite sure exactly what it means, but you get the idea. Affected, unaffected. Pain, painless. Tainted, untainted. So there are 5 types of mental modifications, vrittis, and they could be either painful or they could be painless. Vrittis don't always have to be aggressive or painful. They could be something like, oh my God, I'm so excited, I'm expecting a phone call. Is that a painful vritti? No. But it's still, your mind is constantly obsessing about it.
I have a question.
Yes.
So vrittis are pretty much anything that pulls you away from presence.
Yes, anything that pulls you away from the middle way, meditation, the space between the thoughts,
Right.
where your mind starts to swirl and whirl and become like a vortex,
Right.
like a hurricane. Your mind is not still, you're thinking too much.
Yeah.
It's like when Mike was about to ask her the big question, and in his mind, he was like, what if she says no? What if she just laughs in my face? And what if she says, are you kidding me? Or did you have vrittis like that? Just say yes. Yes. Okay. Scary ones. Thoughts. Vrittis are basically your thoughts. Yoga quiets the mind. And the mind is made up of thoughts. Sometimes we think we are our thoughts. That's when we assume the shapes and forms of our mental modifications. You are not your thoughts. You are not your mind. You are not even your body. If you can close your eyes and you can look at how your body is functioning from within, like when we do the shukshma krama, the subtle flow. Who's done the subtle flow with me? Where I ask you to look into your hips, where I ask you to soften. If you can look into your body, who's the one looking?
Witness.
The witness. If you can observe your thoughts and your mind and your emotions, who's the one looking? The witness. It's you. That's the real you. Your body's going to change. It's going to die eventually. Your mind is going to forget. It's going to die eventually. Who is the one who sees these things from the inside out? That's the witness. And looking within is called the interior limbs, the antaranga. And that is concentration, meditation, absorption. The last three limbs of Ashtanga. Don't be overwhelmed. We're going to get to this step by step by step. You're going to know this intimately. You'll say, but oh my goodness, there's so much information. How am I ever going to teach this? And in what context am I going to mention these things? You will. Don't worry. You will. It'll just come out of you. You'll stick your beak up your nostril, and all kinds of amazing things will come out of your mouth. And people say, oh my God, you said something so amazing. How do you just remember it from your studies, that's all. You don't make the stuff up. I don't, I'm not Patanjali, I promise you. But after a while, I start to remember some of these things. Let's continue with this wonderful work. Is it exciting?
Yes.
Panchataya, Vritaya, Klishta, Klishta. 5 types of vrittis, painful or painless. Let's understand, this is the first chapter, Samadhipada. Samadhi is the attainment of your practice. He's showing us what to expect as a yoga practitioner. The second chapter is going to show us how to get there through the practice. The third is going to give us warnings. And the fourth is just deep philosophy, so that you really understand where it's coming from. There are 5 kinds of mental modifications which are either painful or painless. Read the purport. We don't have to do it together. Who has finished reading the book from cover to cover? Ellie? Up to book 2. And you, did you manage to study any of it? A little bit of it?
Microphone, please. Anytime we talk, you need the mic.
John had bought this book, and then he bought me like the other version, which was like a little easier to understand. So I've read that, but I haven't read this one.
Good. I want you all, if you have other versions, to bring them, because it makes wonderful conversation. This is Swamiji's interpretation. Every Swami may have a slightly different interpretation. Everyone has a slightly different take on it. And they're not always the same.
They're not always very easy to read.
They're not easy to read at all.
This version is very reader-friendly.
This is the friendliest version I've ever encountered. I've done Raja trainings with other versions, and I was not so impressed. I mean, it was fine, but I came back to this. Let's continue. Verse 6, he says here, he's going to tell us the 5 types of vrittis. Here, he's describing these 5 types of vrittis. There's 5 of them. Are you guys ready to find out what they are? Everybody's like, yes, yes, tell us about the 5 types of vrittis. Some that may be painful, some that may be painless. Are you guys excited?
Yes.
All right. So much for the bits and the beats, and the laughter and the laughs. The first vritti, so Panchataya Vritaya, 5 types. The first one is Pramana. Look at the word pra. What cognate do we have from Latin? That sounds almost the same. What word sounds almost like pramana in English?
Prominent. Prominent?
No, but okay. No. Premonitions. Yeah. Tell me about premonitions. Are they painful or painless?
They can be either.
They could be either. Brahmana means premonitions. Are you guys happy with that one?
Yes.
Can you see how close it is? Brahmana premonitions. In French, what is premonition? Premonition. C'est premonition. Painful or painless? Brahmana, in this case, this is a very literal translation. Brahmana actually means, in this particular instance, pre-cognition or pre-mind. Mana means mind, pre-mind. There's something in your mind. That's what premonition also means. It's like you have this feeling of dread. You have a premonition of disaster. Pramana, pre-mind. It's stuff that's in your mind that is causing you a lot of vritti, a lot of vortex, a lot of turbulence, a lot of ringing. Vritti, vortex, ringing. This is ringing. Sometimes your mind goes like this, doesn't stop. Again, you can see the connection in these words. They are related words, linguistically. Brahmana, prime mind, premonitions means right knowledge. It could mean facts. It could be stuff you read in the news. A terrible disaster happened. Buildings fell down. People are stuck. And it's causing you a lot of vritti. Bombs are exploding. Dictators are, invading foreign, neighboring countries. It's causing a lot of vritti. People don't like that. We're under threat of nuclear holocaust. That's pramana. That's prime knowledge. It's real. It's fact. It's in the news. It causes a lot of vritti. It causes me a lot of vritti. It causes me a lot of vritti. Imagine some crazy dictator deciding to blow up a city. Does that give you vritti?
Yeah.
When I see the same crazy dictator lob missiles on schools and clinics and apartment buildings, it causes me a lot of vritti. Even worse, when I see his apologist in this country saying he's actually a good guy, that causes me even more vritti. And it's a repeat of history. A dictator decides to invade a country next door. It happened before, it's going to happen again. And not only worse, they start attacking the same minority groups. They start with this one, and they start with that one, they start with this one, they start with that one. I see it, it's in the news every day. It causes me vritti. It should cause all of us vritti.
Is on facts.
Where's Sarah going now?
Can I help with the desk?
Okay. Right knowledge based on facts. Are you guys okay with that? Right knowledge based on facts. Based on facts. And just because it's facts doesn't mean it doesn't cause you vritti. It actually causes you a lot of vritti. People are worried. I'm worried. You're worried. The whole world is worried. Where's this going to lead up to? We are worried. And we have reason to be worried. So, not to alarm you, but case in point, this is what pramana means. Are we okay with that now?
Yeah.
I don't think even a single one of us doesn't know what pramana means at this point. It's always good to give these very difficult philosophical constructs a modern context so that we can understand. We cannot just divorce it and say, oh, it's ancient and now it's different. It's not different. We're the same people, we're the same species. Whether we existed 2,000 years ago or we exist now. The same problems. The same. Number 2. What's the next one? Viparyaya. Yaya, the double, the ya, like panchataya, vritaya. Yaya it means it's a plural. So viparyaya must mean a whole bunch of these things. Vi means special. What word has vi in it that we know already in Sanskrit?
Vibhaktapada.
Vibhaktaspada, especially devoted legs. What? Viveka, special discernments. Vinyasa, special placements. Nyasas are just the placements, but vinyasa is special placements. So, pramana, viparyaya, paryaya, there are cognates in English like parsimonious and all that kind of stuff. Viparyaya means misconceptions or special conceptions in your mind. So, special conceptualizations. That's a big word. Conceptualization. Special conceptualizations. What are special conceptualizations? Misconceptions. It's wrong knowledge. Misconceptions. Swamiji gives an example in the book where he says, you're sitting in bed and you look at the corner of your bedroom. It's dark. It's the middle of the night. And there's a cobra coiled in the corner. You know that if you move, the cobra is going to get up, slither towards you, and bite you. So all night you sit like this, with shaking. And then when the light of day comes, and the light shines through your bedroom window, it wasn't a cobra at all. It was a bunch of rope you bought at Home Depot and you forgot. And you just threw it in the corner of your bedroom. That's viparyaya.
Would it also be considered fake news?
That's the next one. That's the next one. Okay, so viparyaya, special conceptualizations, misconceptions. Do these things cause vrittis?
Oh, yes.
Somebody was supposed to call you at a certain time, and they don't. Where does your mind go? Oh my God, something happened to them.
Microphone, please.
False conclusion, misconceptions. Yeah, but you freak out. And your mind goes to the worst. Something happened to them. Or maybe I said the wrong thing and I insulted them. Or maybe their battery just went dead. Maybe they forgot. Maybe they dropped their phone in the swimming pool or in the toilet bowl, flushing it away with the rest of the vrittis. I mean, 1,000,001 things could have happened, which is the reason why they didn't call you. But we forget. The mind starts to churn, full of vritti, full of vortex. It rings like this and goes like this. And you say, no, this must have happened. And the mind goes like this. And you say, no, definitely this happened. And the mind twists and turns and does convolutions. And you become very, very turbulent, mentally turbulent. Number 3, the third vritti is, what does it say?
Vikalpa.
Vikalpa. V, special, kalpa. The word kalpa means intentional negligence or faults. It also means tricks, culpabilities, Nancy, to be culpable. Vikalpa means special culpabilities. It means intentional misrepresentations. It means lies, means fictions, means fake news. All these things that the same dictator has flooded us with for years now. Fake news. Just taking a little bit of truth and weaving some lies into it to turn people against each other. That's vikalpas. Lies, fictions. If somebody says a terrible lie to you and it causes mental turbulence, and you actually believe them, but then you realize that it was just lies. This person, evil, right? I mean, isn't that abject evil? You started fighting with all your loved ones because of the stuff you heard. And it was lies, just pure lies. But it planted something negative. It caused separation between you and others. It causes a lot of mental turbulence. Which one is worse so far? The horror of the reality of the news, the misconceptions, or the just abject lies, the fiction? Which one causes you turbulence? Number 3, I think that's, but then right knowledge, you know, like this happened in the world today. Oh my God. That also causes turbulence.
They all seem pretty equal.
I think they're all pretty equal, but they all will cause you vritti. The 4th one, nidra. Nidra literally means sleep. There's a form of yoga, Anuttara Raja Yoga includes this form. It's called Yoga Nidra, the yoga of sleep. Guided meditations to help quiet the mind.
Sound bath.
Sound bath, that's Yoga Nidra. Shavasana, close the eyes, let go of the body, let go of the mind. You're just a witness. That's who you are, blah, blah, blah. That's Yoga Nidra. You can do more extensive Yoga Nidras, like squeeze the toes of your right foot and relax the toes. Squeeze the toes of your left foot and relax the toes. Huh?
Microphone, please.
And calling that non-sleep deep rest and SDR.
The what?
The Yoga Nidra.
It means, it's got nothing to do with yoga, this Yoga Nidra. Nidra means sleep. Mm-hmm. There's a kind of yoga called Yoga Nidra, which is guided relaxation.
Right. Yeah, it's getting a lot of
Nidra,
popularity.
in this case, means to be asleep. Mm-hmm. It means you are asleep. It means you're not awake. It means you are suffering under illusions. You're asleep. Has anybody ever accused you of being asleep? They go up to you and say, wake up, you're asleep. Or somebody comes up to you and says, you're walking around with blinders on. Open your eyes, see things as they really are. What's wrong with you? Has it ever happened to you earlier? Yeah, that's Nidra. This is what he means by Nidra. To be asleep, to not be awake. You have no clue. Yeah, you're asleep, unawakened.
So would that
And
be
those who are asleep
Anidra?
will attack you for being awake. They will find you threatening. So this is what happens. Nidra means sleep. Nidra also means nightmares. Nidra also means dreams. Do you know people who live in a perpetual dream-like state?
Yes.
Hey, what's up? And, I know lots of people like that, especially in Del Rey. They have another microdose. Yeah, man. Right? I mean, they're asleep.
At the same time, on the total opposite of that, there are people that are asleep that you think have had 10 million cups of coffee, and they're completely unawakened, and they're running around like mad people or running around in a hamster wheel.
It's like me.
Oh.
I think I'm so awake, I'm asleep. And I am on coffee. I get so excited before teacher trainings that I cannot sleep the night before. There's so much I want to communicate to the students. I want them to have such a good time that it causes me a little bit of anxiety. I'm like, how do I begin? I think the book is the best place to begin. First sutta, second sutta, third sutta. So, sometimes you wake up at 4 and it's like, should I go back to sleep? And just as soon as you go back to sleep, the alarm goes on. Don't you love that? You got to teach a boom boom and a double and then come and do. That was me last night. So yes, I am deeply caffeinated today. But I'm still awake enough where I can function. So, and personally, I'm doing what I love the most. So it's awesome. Who needs sleep? We sleep too much. Most of us are asleep all the time. When you sleep too much, it means that you're suffering some kind of depressive episode. Because you go into sleep, you go into dreams, you kind of switch off from reality. Using narcotics, for instance, or opiates, or alcohol, or some kind of mind-altering substances also includes nidra. It means you are asleep. You don't want to face reality. You prefer to stay in this dream-like state, which is what I do when I do dancing lion in Raja. It's nidra. Or I just want to stay in Shavasana and leave me alone.
Would intentional distractions be like that?
It could be intentional distraction. Yeah, intentionally taking opiates to distract your mind from anxieties.
Yeah.
Or drinking yourself to oblivion. Whatever the dysfunction might be.
Right.
So nidra means sleep, it means nightmares, it means dreams, it means all that. And the fifth one, smartaya. Memories. Slamming into every corner of your mind. Klishta memory. Yeah. Remember Barbara Streisand sang about these things?
Yes.
Remember? Memories. Smartaya. Now, smartaya is in the plural. These, actually they're all in the plural. That vikalpas, it's also plural. Nidras is also plural. Smirtayas is plural. Smrti is memory. Smirtayas is memories. Memories can be very, very, very anxiety causing and turbulent. When you have bad memories, perhaps a traumatic event in your past that comes up again and again and again, and it messes up your happiness today. I don't need to explain more. I think we've all had exposure to something equivalent to this, a terrible memory. And it causes turbulence, and you want to get it out of your mind, and you don't know how to. You just don't know what to do. What do you do?
Yoga.
Exactly. That's what you do, yoga. It will help you. This is what Patanjali is trying to say to the reader. Do yoga, it will help you. So now we know, Panchataya Vritaya, 5 types of vrittis. They could be painful, they could be painless. Right knowledge doesn't necessarily have to be painful. It just doesn't have to be reading news about a nuclear bomb going off somewhere. It could be, Brahmana could be news about the stock market going way up and you just bought these stocks and you're so excited. But it causes you turbulence because that's all you think about. And viparyayas, misconceptions, they could also be positive. They don't necessarily have to be, you know, do you love me? Do you love me? Yes, I do. But they don't really. It's just a viparyaya, but it settles you down. Vikalpas, lie to me. Just lie to me. That's a vikalpa. It's not necessarily painful. It's actually painless. And nidra, sometimes dreams are pleasant. Sometimes you don't want to wake up from a nice dream. But please let me capture the dream again. Of course you can. It's gone. And memories could be pleasant memories. Just don't live in the past. A lot of people live in the past. All they think about is that pleasant memory. They cannot move on. Whereas where should we live? How do you say now? Atta. Right now. Okay. I think we all got this, right? So learn this. Panchataya, Vritaya, Klishta, Aklishta, Brahmana, Viparyaya, Vikalpa, Nidra, Spartaya. These are the 5 mental turbulences. It sounds like, oh my God, all these words. But already you broke down each one of these words. It's not alien to you anymore. It's in your memory banks book. Are you happy now? Let's do this. Isn't it amazing that this man, 2,000 years ago, sat down and codified all these ideas about psychology? We always think of psychology as very recent. We think of somebody like, what was his name? Freud. Like Freud. But we know that psychology is an ancient art. The Greeks used to do it, the Egyptians, and here we see that the ancient Indians did as well. And it survived in India, but it wasn't just like philosophy. Here he's giving us practical psychology, how to put it into your own personal practice for your own benefit and edification. This is what makes this Indian psychology unique. It's a handbook. Yes.
We brought up Carl Jung and more of the spiritual experience, and these types of spiritual programs, if you will, or things like that. In the Western world, I feel like inspired.
Carl Jung was very much into this book. Of course he read it. And I'm sure Freud did as well. These were educated people.
And that archetypal psychology, really, this is so laid out, so crystal clear.
Absolutely. They were very much inspired by the Yoga Sutras. Do you for a second doubt that Carl Jung and Freud didn't read the Yoga Sutras, or the Bhagavad Gita for that matter? Of course they did. They were philologists. They were into the humanities. They were very educated people. You are going to become very educated people. Just to say that you are basically gaining expert knowledge on ancient Indian psychology through the Yoga Sutra, yeah, you're very much into your education. Most people on the planet, that if at all, if they were even interested in these things, but even if they were, you know, you can read this book 100 times, it's very difficult to break it down the way we do. Let's look at the next sutra. Who wants to chant it for us? Mike, why don't you chant it for us?
With the mic, please.
Mike with Mike.
Close to the mouth.
Close to your mouth. Very close to your mouth.
Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tanirodaha.
What?
Let's try that again.
Yes, please.
Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tanirodaha.
Practice and dispassion. Practice and dispassion.
No, we're on 7. You missed.
Oh, yeah, you read the wrong one. 7. We finished 6.
Praktyashanumanagama pramananani.
Brahmanani.
Brahmanani.
Let's sing it with Mike. Mike has the mic, but you're gonna voice project. You guys ready to voice project? Pratyaksha anumana agama pramanani. The sources of right knowledge, pramanas, are direct perception. This is what you saw. Inference. This is what I think it means. And scriptural testimony. This is what you read. So, direct perception is pratyaksha. The word pratyaksha is a very, very important word that you're going to find over and over again in the yoga tradition. Pratyaksha. Pratya means direct, and aksha means eye or to see. Anu, mana. Anu means above. Anumana means the higher mind, which means inference. Agama is scriptural testimony. What do we call the scriptures? Agamas. You'll see these words again and again. Pramanani, they are premonitions or the sources of right knowledge. The sources of right knowledge are direct perception, inference, and scriptural testimony. Here in the third verse, in the third, God, I can't even think anymore. In his narrative, he says, here we normally mean the Holy Scriptures, which we believe they are the words of the sages, saints, and prophets, and even God himself. They have seen the truth and have expounded of it, so we believe them. That's why in the East, if anybody asks you to do some practice, it is expected that the Scriptures also recommended. You should not do something just because I say so. Your yoga teacher has to teach yoga based upon scriptures, not something that you saw on YouTube. And it's a big problem. A lot of this fake stuff, nonsense, fictions, science fictions, or just downright nonsense, is being presented as yogic thought and philosophy. A lot, I've seen it. I've had to deal with my employees who would do these things, and I would have to, I don't know what to do. It's just like, stop it. Quote from scripture, not from rubbish. It's charlatan. Yes?
Do you think it exists just for the contrast?
Just for the contrast? I don't understand.
So, to have the rubbish so you can appreciate authentic, real instead.
But
Like
some
the
people
duality of it.
some people are taken in by the rubbish.
Yeah.
They assume that is the truth, and then that which is real is rejected because it contradicts what the charlatan advises them to do. It's a big problem. It's not just in yoga; it happens everywhere. It's everywhere. Charlatanism is charlatanism. charlatan will present that which is not real as real. You just have to, and the Yoga Sutra is going to teach us the method so that we can discern the real from the unreal, the truth from the untruth. So we're not, subject to somebody else's whims and nonsense. Let's continue. Number 8. So here he says, in number 7, he says, Brahmana equals what's the first one?
Correct or right knowledge.
Direct perception. And what's the word? Prataksha. Number 2, inference. And what's the word?
Anumana.
Anumana, higher mind. Three, agama,
Agama.
scriptures. But it's not just scriptures, it means any writings, anything written down. Agamas. So that's direct knowledge. Pramana, direct knowledge, is direct perception, pratyaksha, inference, anumana, and agama, scriptures. Scriptural testimony. Okay, let's put the word testimony. It's important that you learn these three, because if you are teaching yoga and you want something intelligent to say, something meaningful, you need to give them a little bit more meat. You cannot just say right knowledge. Give them more. What do you mean by right knowledge? You tell them right knowledge is direct perception, pratyaksha. They love it when you bark at them in Sanskrit. Tell them it also includes inference, anumana. Tell them it means agama, scriptural testimonies. And you have a following of students forever. Because they have not been exposed to this. You have. And you are a teacher. You're teaching them these things, which is what Patanjali wanted all along, so that the science doesn't die out. And here it is, 2,000 years later, it's still very much alive. So the second one is what? Vipar. Yeah. Read what Viparyaya says.
With the microphone.
With microphone. Mike, don't hog the mic. Next to you.
Nice and close to your mouth.
Misconception, incorrect knowledge, is that?
No, read what it says there. Read it in Sanskrit.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, which one?
Number 9.
Number
8, sorry.
Like misconception
No,
occurs.
Sanskrit.
Oh, okay. The whole thing right there?
Yeah.
The Paryayo.
Viparyayo. It's viparyaya. But because the next verb, because the next vowel is what? Huh? It's A. It's an apostrophe. Read the whole thing and I'll explain what's happening.
Mithyananam atadrupa.
Viparyayo mihitya jnanam adi anadrupa pratishtam.
Just like that.
Sing it with me. Not with me. Let's do it together. All of us. Ready? Viparyayo mitya jnanam atadrupa pratishtam. Viparyaya, in this case viparyayo. What does the ah becomes o? It's because sandhi, the rules of elegance in the Sanskrit language. You don't want to say viparyaya mitya jnanam atadrupa. It sounds barbaric. You want a little bit of vowel variation. So you would say viparyayo mitya jnanam atadrupa pratishtam. You guys understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Differentiate, like how you would say something would be masculine or feminine in another language. How would you differentiate if you were going to use the elegance to use an O?
The feminine usually ends with an E sound, like shukrani. The masculine ends in an A. But a lot of these are neuter concepts. They're not necessarily masculine or feminine. Usually by the last vowel.
Okay, the next vowel.
The last vowel. Okay, so misconception occurs when knowledge of something is not based upon its true form. Duh. I mean, that's pretty much explains it all, right? Let's chant this. It's so important because there are so many misconceptions going around. And to counteract these misconceptions, it's important to just shout back at them in Sanskrit. And that'll put them in their place immediately. Right, Chitapotri? So let's chant this. Viparyayo mihityajnanam atadrupa pratishtam. Mithya means false. What word in English from the Greek sounds almost identical? Myth. Myth. Mithya. Myth. False, mistaken, myths. Jnanam. What word from the Greek sounds almost like jnanam? Gnosis. Knowledge. I say it with a K because in Old English it was knowledge. Gnosis. Gnan. Then atad. Tat means that. So atad must mean not that. Rupa means robes or forms. And pratishtam means upon which it is practiced or upon which it stands. So upon which it is based. So now we understand what viparyaya means. It means misconception occurs when knowledge is something not based upon its true form. You think it's a snake, but it's really a coil of rope. Number 9. I want Chitapotri to chant out number 9 with feeling, with mic, with microphone on me. And then when you're done, mic drop.
Really close to that.
Shabda jnana anupati vastu shunyo vikalpaha.
Exactly. Let's chant it with Chitapotri. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Shabda jnana anupati vastu shunyo vikalpaha. An image that arises on hearing mere words without any reality as its basis is verbal illusion. It means lies. It means fictions. It means long ago, somebody on the radio read, as if he was a reporter, The War of the Worlds. And the people who were listening to the radio broadcast actually thought it was real news. And they freaked out that the world was being attacked by Martians. It's true. They completely freaked out. I mean, rioting in the streets, screaming, tearing their hair, beating their chests, all kinds of things. And then Orson Welles, who was on the radio, had to go back to the radio and explain to them, guys, it was just a reading. It was for entertainment. It's called science fiction. Double feature. All right, let's continue. 10. Abhava pratyayalambana vrittir nidra. Let's chant it together. 1, 2, and Abhava pratyayalambana vrittir nidra. The mental modification supported by cognition of nothingness is sleep. So whatever you think of in your sleep, it's just basically nothingness. So why do you get all worked up about nothing? It's just a dream. But is it really? Sometimes dreams can be prophetic. Sometimes dreams can be the clearinghouse of the mind. Sometimes dreams make you happy. Sometimes you see loved ones who've passed on in your dreams. They come to visit you. And when they do, you are happy. It makes your day when you wake up. When I see loved ones who have passed on in my dream, I'm happy. I'm like, thank you for visiting me. It seems so real. And it is. So maybe Nidra doesn't mean dreams. Nidra must mean cognition of nothingness. Nothingness. That's Nidra. 11. Anubhuta vishaya sampramamosha smriti. When a mental modification of an object previously experienced and not forgotten comes back to consciousness, that is memory. So you remember something that happened. What about the concept of false memories? What is false memory, Brooke?
Microphone.
Where's the nearest mic? Put it close to your mouth.
Remembering something false as real?
When what?
Remembering something false as real to you?
Yeah, it's a false memory. It was planted. You thought it was like that, but let's say you were a kid and your sibling, you're having a conversation. You say, do you remember when this and this happened? And your sibling turns around to you and says, no, it didn't happen like that. But in your memories, that's how it happened. In her memories, it was different because she was looking at it from a different angle. My sister Mela is notorious for doing things like that to me. Chitaputri and Roy met my sister Mela. If I say it's black, she would say it's white. And then a huge argument would ensue. Who has siblings like that?
Oh, yes.
You have? 5? Who has more siblings?
1 of 4.
4? 1. Okay. So you have a brother.
Microphone.
So you have a whole bunch. Is it the same? That sometimes the memories are different? So whose is the false memory? It doesn't matter at this point. It's real to you. A memory is memory. So if something comes into your mind, supported by events in the past, that is memory. And you're going to look at the event from the past, Nancy, different than your siblings did. You look at it from your perspective, your point of view. You guys are all thinking about childhood memories. All right. 12. Here, Mike, who preempted this, Mike is going to read it again with Mike close to his mouth.
Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tan nirodha.
Let's sing with Mike. Are you guys ready to sing with Mike? Let's hit it. What was that? Very nice, Sarah.
Ready? Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tan nirodha.
What does it mean, Mike?
These mental modifications are restrained by practice and non-attachment.
Yep. Practice and non-attachment. Abhyasa, practice and non-attachment. Practice leads to discernment. Practice, yoga practice, meditation practice, any form of practice. After a while, through your practice, you discern that which is painful versus unpainful. You figure out through your practice if you're doing the pose correctly or incorrectly. You increase your level of discernment called viveka. You discern the real from the unreal, helpful from unhelpful, painful from painless. This can only happen, this discernment can only happen through practice. But even as you practice, you also have to become non-attached to the outcome. Sometimes you will attempt a pose and you will fail. Does it mean you're never going to do that pose again? Practice and you won't fail. But you're not attached to the outcome. You're attached to your practice. In the bhakti training, this was Lord Krishna's central theme. Act without expectation of reward. Act for its own sake. In other words, practice because you have to practice. Don't practice to gain the perfect pose. That's what you're practicing for. But become detached from the outcome. Otherwise, you will suffer. You'll be frustrated. And even if you practice, Brooke, for a long time, as you get older and older, one day you realize you can't do that pose anymore. What do you do then? You get all torn out of shape? Maybe, but you're not. At this point, all the while, you know what you've been practicing in yoga? What have you been practicing ultimately?
Death.
Well, yeah. Non-attachment. That's what you are ultimately practicing, non-attachment. There are poses I could do 10 years ago that I cannot do anymore. Breaks my heart. But I'd rather break my heart than break my body and my limbs. So I can force myself into poses. I just can't do them anymore. So you know what I do? I just don't do them.
I think that's the main difference between Ashtanga, as in the practice, is very highly focused on achieving the pose. And it seems the whole practice is that. And that's it.
Whereas the practice, it's like two wings of a bird. The right wing of abhyasa practice, which is discernment really, and the left wing of vairagya, dispassion. If you synchronize these two wings, your spirit will be free and it will become airborne. But if you just practice, it's a disaster. I mean, you're not going to reach anything.
Okay, I have a question about this because it does throw me off, and I contemplate it often while reading these. That dispassion and non-attachment. But then you'll ask,
where are you going? Okay. Bye, Mike. Now he's got to have an accounting of where he is and where he's going.
Is that
I could never give you such a thing. Yeah. I'm sorry, Jenny, you were saying? You forgot what you were saying?
No, I just wanted to get myself back. So the dispassion and non-attachment. And then, for instance, you'll ask, are you happy? Are you excited? I find I have a hard time with that it's hard for me to now like get super elated over anything. And I feel like sometimes that can come off, dispassionate can seem negative to someone who's in nidra. Or maybe I'm saying it wrong. I really should just put a full stop after the first thing that I said, and those last couple words will just take out of the dialogue out of what I was saying.
Maintaining emotional equilibrium in the face of victory and defeat, good and evil, life or death. You remember Lord Krishna called that Samadarshan? That's exactly what you should be doing. You cannot get bent out of shape every time good things happen or bad things happen. You have your emotional equilibrium is constant, and that is the yoga.
And that is when, like last night, for instance, when I was in vinyasa and I was mad and I was crying, and it was all in my body, because these days, like, it doesn't live in my mind for long. I've been doing a lot of other things to work on that with prayer and meditation. So it stays there for about 10 minutes or so, and then I let it go. And it comes back, don't get me wrong, and then I let it go again, flush the toilet. Sometimes I have to flush the toilet so many times, I'm like, my water bill must be ridiculous this month. But, or I shouldn't say but, that negates everything I said prior. And I find that my physical practice really, because the chitta vritti then gets stored in my body and it hurts. So I have to. And then I cry, and then I realize it was in my head. I just was sleeping.
Well, the head, the mind, and the body are the same. What is in your mind goes into your body. It's called psychosomatic reality. It's the same. All right, let's continue. So Mike was kind enough to read that, since he read it twice earlier. So a positive and negative approach. Abhyasa is positive, practice, all is. What did Patabi Joy say famously?
All is coming.
All is coming. At the same time, don't be attached to all that which is coming. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't come, it's cool. It's fine. That's all. There will come a time, and I say this a lot lately, there will come a time when the only yoga pose you can do is Shavasana. There will come a time when the only thing you can do is lay flat on your back and just breathe. And that is the most perfect, most advanced yoga you've ever done. Remember the warriors and the triangles, the backflips and the float backs and all that? You have detached from them. That's why Shavasana is the most important pose. If you live long enough, that's the only pose you will be able to do, and that's perfect. This is what I believe he means by Abhyasa and Vairagyam. Practice and practice, but don't be attached. What if you hurt yourself? What if you get some kind of disease? What if something happens? Was it all for nothing? No, you learn to detach. That's the power. Let's continue. Tatra stita yatno vyasa. Sing it with me. Tatra stita yatno vyasa. Abhyasa, because it starts with an A, you cannot have O and A next to each other, so the rules of Sandhi would have the A disappear behind an apostrophe. Do you see that? Tatra stita yatno vyasa. Of these, tatra, that, tat means that. Sometimes that is also spelled T-A-D. It depends on the next letter. but TAT or TAD means that. Of these, of that is tatra. Is that a nice vocabulary lesson?
Yes.
Of these, stitau, in steadiness. What word do we have that's a cognate of stitau? Still, steady, situated, standing, stitau.
Spaces?
Spaces?
Spaces? Spaces.
Oh, stasis, yes, stasis. Which is spaces. I'm like,
I gotta yell over the pen.
okay, stitau means in steadiness, yatna, effort, abhyasa, practice. So the most important words here for our purposes are tatra, of these, stitau, steadiness, and abhyasa, practice. The word abhyasa is going to come up again and again and again. The word vairagyam is going to come up again and again. So every time you encounter it, you don't have to be bewildered. Oh my God, what does it mean? You know exactly what it means. Abhyasa means practice. Vairagya means dispassion. Tatra means of that. Stitau means steady. You're learning. You're learning. And as you learn, you increase your IQ exponentially. Who finds that ever since they started practicing yoga religiously, your IQ has sharpened?
Thank God.
Huh?
Thank God.
Thank God. Who finds that they actually got a little bit duller intellectually since they practiced?
Only after class.
Everybody thinks yoga will make you physically strong and flexible. Yes, it will. But yoga will also make you emotionally and intellectually strong and flexible. It sharpens your mind. When you focus so intensely on a pose, for instance, or on your breath, or on a concept, your mind becomes very sharp. Whereas other people who don't practice, their mind will be all over the place. Yours is focused. Yoga is the roots of martial arts. And the martial artist can push you with his finger. That's how it's all mental focus into physical power. It's magical. Yoga is the same. Let's do the next one, and then we take a little afternoon break. Do you guys want an afternoon break? You can have some coffee. You can even have some food. And if you bring coffee and food, you can bring it up here. I don't care. As long as don't bring me a dead animal and start munching on it. Yeah, okay. That's all I ask. Break? It depends. Usually 45 minutes. It's a good little break. The vegan restaurant downstairs, it's very touch and go with them. Maybe you'll get your order fulfilled quickly and the food is good, or maybe you'll wait 3 hours and the food sucks. It's random. It's never the same. Unfortunately, that's how it is. I have no control over that. But, try them. 9 times out of 10, I have a good experience. Yeah. All right, let's continue. Just number 14, and then we take a break. 14. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Sato dirgha kala narantarya satkara sevito dirdha bhumi. What bhumi no God? I know. Let's sing it together with me. Come. Satu dirgha kala narantarya satkara sevito dirdha bhumi. Practice becomes firmly grounded when well attended to for a long time, without break, and in all earnestness. Have you heard me say that in class?
Yeah.
Should I say it in Sanskrit next time? It's called the Dirda one. Dirda. That's the word there. Dirda Bhumi. Dirda Bhumi. Bhumi is the earth. Dirda Bhumi means well rooted, well grounded. It's Dirda Bhumi. So you have to practice your abhyasa. Here he's describing what he means by practice. He says abhyasa, practice, has to be firmly grounded, dirda bhumi. It has to be well attended to. So make your yoga practice an important part of your life. Don't just go to yoga whenever, I've got nothing else to do, I might as well do yoga class. No, that's not yoga. Yoga is part of your daily regimen. You come to practice. You have to practice for a long time. And you have to practice without interruption. You don't say, I'm going to take a break from my yoga practice for the next 6 months. No good. Because you'll slip from the ground gained. You'll slip, you'll go backwards. You'll do one pose and you're like, oh my God, I can't do this anymore. Well, of course not. You haven't shown up for 6 months. Of course, you can't do anything. And it without a break, without interruption, you have to stay with your practice, and you also have to practice in all earnestness. What does all earnestness mean? You have to be honest about your practice, with earnest. 100%. Have you ever heard me in class say to people, don't give me 99%, you'll exhaust me. I want you to give how much percent, Chittapotri? 100%. Give me and you and the people around you 100%, and you'll energize everyone and yourself. Just the other day, a student came up to me and says, I don't know how you can practice like this every day. A double prahar, one in the morning, one in the evening. Don't you get exhausted? I said, no. It energizes me. Weren't you there when she said it?
Yeah. It fills you up.
It fills you up. It energizes you. It fills up your battery. Practice once a week. Oh my God. Exhausted. Practice twice a week.
Still
My
exhausted.
God. 3 times a week. Okay.
Getting there.
4 times a week.
Getting there.
Very good. 5 times a week.
That's great.
Very good. 6 times a week.
Awesome.
Excellent. 7 times a week. 7 days a week, rather. Get a life. Something is wrong in your life. Why are you here every day? What is wrong with you? What are you running away from? What are you not facing? I'm serious. Yeah. Give yourself 1 day off from the practice so that when you come back, it's fresh and new and you can hardly wait to get in. If it becomes like rote, like, oh God, it's something else you have to do, like washing the dishes or vacuuming the floors or flushing the toilet or whatever, you're going to lose your practice. This is, have you noticed how so many times I've said, this is such an important sutra? Have you noticed that I've said that about every one of them? They're all so important. So at that, let's leave this. The time now is 5:39, say it's 5:40, that generous I am. So we come back at 6:30. Is that enough time to get something to eat? You can go to the restaurant downstairs, you can go to Publix across the road, you can go to the pizza store downstairs called the Pizza Parlor. Eat there if you get a pizza. Don't bring it up here, please. But if you go somewhere else and it's clean and it's cruelty-free, please feel free to bring it. I'm just going to sit here and sulk.
May I have your mic, please?
You may. Tomorrow, unfortunately, for some bizarre reason, the restaurant downstairs closes. So if you want to bring lunch with you. Okay? Don't run away from some bizarre restaurant and sit down.
mics. I just have to test it.
Test, test. Okay.
1 second, 1 second. I'm coming.
Practice becomes firmly grounded,
Facing close, a little closer.
keep well attended to for a long time without a break and in all earnestness. 15. Oh, this has big words. Are you guys ready? Rishtano Shravika Vishaya Vetrishnasya Vasikara Savnyavarayam. The consciousness of self-mastery in one who is free from craving, from objects seen or heard about, is non-attachment. So here he describes vairagya, non-attachment, and this is how he describes it. The consciousness of self-mastery in one who is free from craving, from objects seen or heard about, is non-attachment. In other words, you see this, you hear about this, you're not interested, thank you. You're not attached. 16. Tat param purusha kyatir guna vatrishnyasnam. When there is non-thirst for even the gunas, constituents of nature, due to the realization of the purusha, the true self, that is supreme non-attachment. Let's go back to these two, because the concept of non-attachment is very difficult for people to understand. We understand it on a superficial level. The concept of abhyasa or practice is easy to understand. He says to us, practice is firmly grounded, without interruption, in earnestness for a long time. Very simple. That's practice. But the concept of vairagya or non-dispassion, let's go over these things again. Let's sing them. Let's sing number 15 together. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Drishtano Shravika. What was that?
No worries.
Vishaya Vritishnasya Vashikara Sapnyavarahayam. The consciousness of self-mastery. Why doesn't he just say the consciousness? Why doesn't he just say self-mastery? What does he mean by the consciousness of self-mastery? John?
Microphone.
What do you think it means? Why would he say that? The consciousness of self-mastery.
Grab the mic, please.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just being aware of the fact that you're making a conscious decision to master your cravings and your addictions and your attachments and your expectations. Just being aware that you're handling these things is self-mastery. Now, whether you are successful at this or not is another story. Just like with your yoga practice, if you're successful or not is another story. You may try a pose and you fail, you fall flat on your face, which means you get back on and you try again. It's the same with vairagya. It's just being aware of your consciousness of self-mastery. Question or speculation? Yes. Even desiring liberation is a form of bondage. In other words, become desireless. No expectations. Let's continue. Tatparam purusha kyatir guna vatrasnyam. When there is non-thirst for even the gunas, constituents of nature, due to the realization of the Purusha, the true self, that is supreme non-attachment. I have to make a diagram so that we can understand this, because this is very difficult stuff. It's easy for some of you who have been exposed to the idea of the three gunas. Do you guys want to be exposed to the three gunas? It's called triguna in Sanskrit. And the three gunas, who wants to tell me what they are? Who remembers from prior trainings?
Rajasic, Tamasic, and Sattvic.
Okay. So I am going to do a little diagram. It's the only way to understand it well. A lot of people who presume to understand these things really don't, I found. You know, they come up with all kinds of scenarios, and they're somewhat wrong. The three gunas, the three qualities of nature. Here is an equilateral triangle. Each angle is at 60 degrees. It's not really an equilateral, it's the best I can do. If I were to flip it around, it still looks the same. Right? I flip it this way, I flip it there, it's still 60 degrees. It's an equilateral triangle, three equal sides. These three equal sides are made up of the three qualities of nature. They are tamas, rajas, and sattva. Sattva is actually spelled with one T. Tamas means cold, dark, inert, unyielding, stiff. Basically your body. When you first step onto your yoga mat. Rajas means, don't think of it as Raja, this is Rajas. Remember, Raja means dust. Rajas means your mind is vaporous, steamy, unstable, hot. And Sattva means pure. Your consciousness is pure. What pose best describes the trigunas of Prakriti? Show us. Is your dress under? Okay. We can. Come forward into plank. I don't think your angle is clear. See, you had to wobble your hands forward. Go back to down dog. That's an equilateral triangle. Her body is stiff and cold. Is your body stiff and cold? Stiff. Her mind is hot and steamy. Is your mind hot and steamy? Yes, Rajasic. But think of her tailbone. Her tailbone lifts up like an antenna, picking up pure consciousness waves, just like an antenna of a radio. Her tailbone is the beginning of her central nervous system. At the end of her spinal cord. So she wants to be pure and flowy. Flow for me. Plank, chaturanga, up dog. Now she's all flowy. You see? Her mind has cooled down, her body has warmed up, and she is all flowy. Thank you very much, down dog. Those are the three qualities of nature, the three gunas of Prakriti. It's called triguna. Three qualities. Three guna. Triguna also hints at, in physics, science, it also hints at the three states of nature. What are the three states of nature? Yeah. Solids, gas, and liquid. If something vibrates at very low frequency, it's a solid. If something vibrates at a very high frequency, it's gaseous. If something vibrates at a medium frequency, it's liquid. Think of ice, water, H2O. It's ice, vapor, and water flowing. So it's the same. What would tamas be of these three states? Ice. What would gas be? Not really.
Rajasic. Rajas.
Rajas. What would sattvic be? Liquid flowing. What do we need? Do we need ice to survive? Do we need vapor to survive? But what do we need to survive?
Liquid.
Liquid water flowing. Same with the three gunas. In order to survive in a physical form, we need to flow sattvically, purely. I think that's the best way that I've spent many sleepless nights trying to figure out how to describe the three gunas. And I think this is the best way to describe three gunas. It's the triguna of prakriti. Prakriti means nature. The word prakriti is very closely related to the word practice. Prakriti is the goddess Natura, nature. The three qualities of Natura, of nature, Prakriti. Nature is the flip side of the coin. If nature is the tails of the coin, the head of the coin is Purusha. Which means the divine personage. Which means God. So on the flip side of the heads is Purusha, and on the flip side is tails, Prakriti. Prakriti is there for the enjoyment of Purusha. God created nature, the solar system, the universe, all the galaxies. He created all these things apparently for his enjoyment. So you will find this constantly, this either or, Purusha versus Prakriti. Who is this Purusha? Yes, I think so also. It's just a synonym for the higher self. That's what I think. There's a lot of people, I don't want to get into semantics now, but there's a lot of people in the yoga world that claim the yoga, it's described in the Yoga Sutra, is dualistic. There is God and there is you. And they're very different concepts. There is nature, there is God, the creator of nature. They're very different concepts. But the more I study the Yoga Sutra, and I have for years now, the more I realize that it's non-dualistic, that nature is a divine expression. Yeah. So it's not an either or. It's the flip sides of the same coin. Yes, Nancy. Rajas means hot, steamy, vaporous, unstable. Like dust blowing in the wind. Or vaporous stuff. Vaporous. And these three gunas also determine very much our personalities. Some people are very tamasic. What is a tamasic person like?
Lazy, lethargic.
Lazy, slothful, slow, dull. What is a rajasic person like? Quick to anger, hyper emotional, just emotionally unstable, very quick, very angry person. What is a sattvic person? Very pure, very balanced, very pleasant to be around. So, I mean, I think we understand the concept completely. So, this is prakrit, this is nature. Purusha is supernature. Who has a dollar bill in their pocket? Pass it around. Look for the pyramid with a third eye on top behind. You see it? Pass it to Mr. Yash. Pass it to Manon. It's a US dollar, not a Canadian dollar. What does the Canadian dollar have? It's a coin with two metals in it, right? They're very colorful. I had to figure out the coins, and I didn't know how to. I just handed a whole bunch of coins in my hand, and they, this one, and this one, and this one. And I trusted that it was correct. Less and less? Yeah, I just whip out a credit card. Okay. Have you ever seen that before? On the dollar bill? Have you ever wondered what it means? The founding fathers of the United States were very much into this kind of stuff. They were very much into this kind of stuff. They were spiritualists. They were not religious at all. In fact, this country was founded on by these people as a sanctuary away from the religiosity of Europe, with their constant wars between Catholics and Protestants and this and that. And they wanted this country to be a new beginning for humanity, one where religion had no part. You could be religious, but there wasn't going to be a state religion at all. It was going to be more of a spiritual construct. So they used ancient Egyptian symbology of a pyramid with a third eye on top. This is Prakriti. And this is the Purusha, who watches over. It's just that simple. It says Novus Novo Order Seclorum, a new secular order, and then it says Annuit Coeptis. May our intentions be well favored. What it doesn't say is the word Jove Pater, which is Jove, Father, Jupiter. Jupiter is the pine cone. Jupiter is the pineal gland, which is shaped like a pine cone. If you go to the Vatican today in Rome, which used to be the temple to Jupiter, the Pope himself holds in his hand the staff. On top of the staff is a pine cone. At the Vatican, outside of the actual building, there's a big monument with a pine cone. This exists since before they became Catholic. It's part of the original temple to Jupiter. So Jove Father, Jupiter Father, may our intentions be well favored. Our intentions exist within Prakriti. Our intentions are to become sattvic, pure and flowy. And Jove Father, the all-seeing eye of Jupiter. And sure enough, the planet Jupiter has a big old eye on it. Who's going down those stairs and why? No, it went this way. Pink something. Thank you for the dollar bill. See how valuable Nancy's dollar bill was? Really? Welcome to the USA. This is what the founding fathers had in mind. Yeah.
Windows are he invented his own AC system throughout the house with the windows and airflow. It's really cool.
These guys were geniuses. And the fact that they actually had power to create a new state, to create a new secular order, even though it's severely challenged at the moment by the very same people that he was ranting and raving against. Who knows? Yeah, he was unfortunately a slave. Yeah. I saw a hand up, no hand up. Okay, so you guys understand how these very difficult ideas are really not that exotic at all. Not to us. Not to the founding fathers of this country. They were very much into these things. They understood these things very well. Does it mean that Benjamin Franklin practiced yoga? Probably not. But if he lived today, I think he would practice yoga. He would be fascinated by it. I think he would. Don't you think, Nancy? Well, didn't he fly a kite in a thunderstorm? No, Benjamin Franklin. He was very much into the Shakti, the shock, electricity. He was into that. He was a genius. Okay, so this is the Purusha, is the all-seeing eye of God, or the all-seeing eye of Jupiter. To the ancient Romans, Jupiter was Zeus. Jupiter is God to them. And the all-seeing eye is really your third eye. It's your pineal gland deep inside your brain. The pineal gland looks like a pine cone. It has photoreceptor cells. It has elliptical rods. When you close your eyes and you see that light within, that's the photoreceptor cells deep inside your brain that helps you see that light. It's your third eye. In the Gospels of the Christian texts, John says in his book, it says, if thine eye be single, thy body will be full of light. In the book of Psalms in the Torah, it says, be still and you will see God within. And the Quran says, ye shall bear witness to the singularity of the divine. And the Yoga Sutra says, in the third sutra, what does it say? Tadad rashtu svarupi vastanam. And then the witness beholds his true self, or abides within his true nature. And this is his true nature. Not Prakriti. This is your true nature. So the Purusha is not something separate from you. I believe, this is my opinion, it's not dogma. My opinion is that Purusha is your higher self. As Manon said, and I think Manon has the same opinion, it's your soul, it's your higher self. There is no duality between God and your soul. Your soul is it's like looking at a light in the mirror. It's a reflection of that one light. That's all. It looks like two separate lights, and it functions that way. But it's really just a reflection of that divine light. You see what kind of conversations you get from reading the Yoga Sutra? Who is like, oh my God, this is boring. Are you bored? Are you amazed by all this? Do you like this stuff? Roy? I found out Roy is very much into Battlestar Galactica and all that. I know the dialogue of every one of the things. And Caprica and all that. I play them again and again. That's what I do for fun. All right. What about you, Ellie? Did you realize it was so spiritualist? You enjoy this kind of stuff. And what about you? Definitely, right? I can see it on your face. At other times, the form assumes the modifications in the mind. I can see it in your form, what's going on in your mind. Right, Nancy? So let's continue. 16. Tat param purusha kyatir guna vaitrishnyam. Let's sing it. I need you to lubricate your tongue. I need to help you find your voice. So let's sing this. Tat param purusha kyatir guna vaitrishnyam. Vaitra guna vaitrishnyam. Vaitrishnyam. Don't forget the r is a vowel, so it's not a collection of consonants. Guna vaitrishnyam. Which language has the most consonants jumbled into each other? Huh? Somali. Okay, it's just an aside. When there is non-thirst for even the gunas, constituents of nature, due to the realization of Purusha, the true self, that is supreme non-attachment. What he really means, if you are not thirsty, if you're not attached, if you're not craving for your physical being anymore, or even your mind, because you realize that your body and your mind are temporary, and they have a habit of dying on you, sometimes when you least expect it. If you're not attached to your body and your mind, if you're not attached to the three qualities of nature, you have achieved the supreme non-attachment. In other words, you're not attached to being alive. You're not scared of death either. You have glimpsed Purusha. It's your higher self, it's you. You know what is real, and you know what is not real. You know what is permanent, and you know what is not permanent. Roy, is this very different from what Lord Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita? Basically, the same. That is the essence of Indian philosophy, the essence of yoga psychology. You're not this body, you're not this mind. You're something far, far more powerful, something permanent, not impermanent. One day your body will die. All of us. Anything that lives in a state of nature, anything that exists as Prakriti, it will die. And does it mean you never were? What about the energy that animated that body and that mind? What happens to that energy? It just dissipates into nothing as if it never was? Really? That doesn't make scientific sense. It goes against the very basis of science, that you cannot create energy or destroy energy. And what is more energy than your consciousness? What is more energy than your soul? What is more powerful as energy than your Purusha? It's within you. So this is why I say this is non-dualistic. It's not dualistic. It's not there's God and there's you and it's two different things and that's just the way it is. It's not like that at all. Technical question.
Yes.
Michelle Rasnakash-Gossman, Gandhavari Devi. Every time I catch a glimpse of my dreadful self in the TV,
Yes.
it's sort of out of sync a little bit.
Yes.
Is that normal?
Yes.
But is that what the viewers are watching, me being out of sync?
No, because it's being filmed in real time.
Okay.
So it's just, there's a delay at the moment right now.
Okay, so it's
with
normal.
recording. So everything is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I
I know
waved
it's
my
bizarre.
arm and then
It's showing all the different
it's like time
realms
has
where you
slowed
exist
down.
right now.
And also, have you noticed the camera puts on at least 30 pounds? Don't you hate that? All right.
Yeah, I made it small.
I don't care.
That's what
I'm not attached, one with the other. I'm not this body. I'm not even this mind. I'm just pure spirit. Yes, you may.
This report is so powerful.
Read it then. Read it.
Hold on one second.
What's wrong with that one?
Just like that. In this sutra, Patanjali goes on to explain the higher self form of Vairagya. The detachment of the mind from its personal desires and enjoyment is the ordinary Vairagya.
Just think of Viagra,
No!
which is about desire. Vairagya.
Vairagya. The mind might want something, but having control, you tell the mind no, and it stays away. But in the higher non-attachment, you don't even think of attaching yourself. In other words, with the ordinary Vairagya. I'm gonna keep
Okay, let's say it
practicing.
together, everyone. Vairagya.
Vairagya.
It's Vairagya.
With the ordinary
Vairagya.
I will practice at home.
Please.
You may be completely free from new things coming in to tempt you, but what will you do with the impressions that are already in your mind? The memory of having experienced something will still be there. For example, after many years of thievery, a robber decides not to steal anymore, but still the memory of having stolen so many things and enjoyed them remains in that robber's mind. In the yogic term, these memories are called impressions or samskaras. That one Now and then the samskaras will come up. Oh, how nice it would be if I had just stolen that car. How I would have enjoyed it. But these people came and told me not to attach myself, and I accepted it, and I am staying away from this. Or I remember how much I enjoyed smoking and drinking. This yoga business came in, and somehow I don't have those joys anymore.
It's true.
Many people feel like that because the samskaras are still there.
Yep.
You can't just go into the mind and erase impressions, but they get themselves erased at one point. When you succeed in going within and realizing the peace and joy of your own self, and on and on. But yeah.
The samskaras are basically burnt away. That's the leaven. When I say feel the burning in your hip in fire log, burn away the leaven. Samskaras are the leaven. Samskaras are psychic scars, karmic impressions. They lodge as psychic memories, they lodge as genetic memories, they lodge as cellular memories, and they usually lodge in the synovial fluid, in the stem cells of the synovial fluid, especially in your hips. And you burn these things away. The yogi is called a tapasvin. It means one who burns. You literally burn away these things. At some point, he says, you will overcome these samskaras. It happens through your burning practice. That's why when I say all yoga is heart yoga, all yoga creates fire, all yoga will burn away the leaven. You see, burning away the leaven is what Moses told the Israelites to do before they left Egypt into the wilderness. He says, burn away the leaven from your kitchens and make bread that will not rise with yeast. Today we call that bread matzo. So, because at any given moment you will have to leave. At any given moment you may die, and you don't want to die with these samskaras, because these create impressions on your soul. And if you do have these impressions on your soul, the angel of death will not pass over. He will visit the house. And that's it. You will be dead. And you have to come back again in another life to be given another opportunity to burn away these samskaras. Why come back again and again, lifetime after lifetime of suffering, when you can burn away these samskaras in one yoga class, simply by sweating them out, by doing the work? This is what it really means. I try to explain this to people in class while they have their one leg behind their head, but they don't listen to me. And there's this type A Ashtangi who's going to do push-ups and sit. So it's all gone at this point. I mean, I've lost my mojo completely. But this is what it really means. Do you guys understand all this? Mr. Yash? Ellie? That too, habits, addictions, yeah.
That's how I saw it, that you'll have the impressions even if you stop doing the habit.
Yes, you did the behavior. You've created neuroplasticity through the behavior, or you've imprinted, say if it's drugs or some kind of chemical, it's embedded into your neuroreceptors, and your body will crave it at some point. But yoga, through the plastic tissues being pulled and warmed up, allows for neuroplasticity, the overcoming of addictions, habits, behaviors, desires, attachments. That's exactly what it means. Neuroplasticity means to regroove your record so you don't play the same old song. And it was our guru, Yogananda, who spoke of regrooving your LP record so you don't play the same old song. He was describing what years later neuroscientists described as neuroplasticity. And that is why in this form of practice, for us to achieve vairagya, non-attachment, to detach from addictions, to detach from desires, we access the plastic tissues. We warm up the plastic tissues. And once you remold plastic, what happens?
You reshape it.
It reshapes and maintains a new form. Elastic, you'll stretch it and it'll go, come right back to the way it was. But if you take plastic, if you were to pull it, it will break. But if you were to warm it up through proper yoga practice, the plastic becomes pliable and it remolds. And when it remolds, it maintains the new shape and form. That's it. You've achieved neuroplasticity. In other words, you have attained vairagyam. Say it. Vairagyam. Yes, Nancy.
At some point you can't do the
Oh,
asanas.
okay. Oh, you're holding it?
At some point you can't do the asanas anymore. Would meditation be equally as effective for burning?
Absolutely.
Come to a sound bath.
Absolutely. If all you can do is sit and breathe or lay flat on your backs and breathe, that's a perfect yoga practice, very advanced practice, right there and then. Who wants to put your foot over your head when you're 120 years old? And that's your natural lifespan. You don't want to die when you're a baby, when you're like 70, 75, 80 years old, 90. You're a baby. You want to die when you're about 120, 130, 140, then you've had enough. That's true. Yogis live much longer than non-yogis. You know that, right? They also tend to be less subject to disease. If they are afflicted with some kind of condition, they keep the condition at bay. They are healthier. They maintain a healthier lifestyle, a healthier mind. They're just naturally healthier. If they, so many diseases are psychosomatic. You can stress yourself into getting sick, but yoga de-stresses. All right, let's continue.
I have an example of that to share.
Yeah, please share.
So when I first started my practice, I was in a really physically challenging space. I had psoriatic arthritis, which is a autoimmune disease and degenerative joint disease where I couldn't bend my elbows, I couldn't move my knees, my jaw was locked. I went through multiple different surgeries and a lot of scary medication, and came to a point I was like, well, this is BS, I'm gonna die. And so I started to take my yoga practice much more seriously, and then realized I was autoimmune. Oh my gosh, I'm doing this. And from yoga and from that observation, was able to completely rewire and help everything that was dismal. We can walk to the thing for a little bit. In a bad direction, but through the
And looking at you now, I cannot even imagine.
Isn't that funny?
That's
I was
okay.
much older then.
Yeah, you were much older then. She was much older then.
So it works, as we know, with just share.
So many people have these stories, but you guys know this already. You know this. You all know this. That's what yoga does, right?
Check.
Does yoga make you a better person? I think so. It makes you more introspective. It makes you more sensitive. It makes you less clingy and needy and desiring because you achieve vairagyam. Say it. Vairagya, perfect. And ultimately your abhyasa, your practice. What is practice? What is needed? Steady ground, without interruption for a long time and in earnestness. Ultimately, your practice results in vairagyam. At the end of the day, you realize that all the while you were practicing non-attachment. That's what you were practicing, non-attachment. And one day when you become non-attached, even to the three gunas, even to your physical body, even to the natural world, the manifest phenomenal world, you have achieved liberation, and you start to identify with the Purusha, the divine personage, your higher self. And that Purusha is forever. Prakriti is not. How heartbreaking it is to imagine that this planet will one day be stripped of its atmosphere and the sun will expand and kill all and basically sterilize the planet. It's heartbreaking. That's why so many people basically throw themselves into science fiction, where they imagine an alternative scenario where we can colonize another planet and terraform it and create a Noah's Ark where we take living beings from this beautiful planet and allow them to colonize another planet where we all live in harmony and we don't mess it up that time. But from science fiction, eventually the desire is so strong, it becomes science fact. This is a book of science. And nobody in the world teaches Yoga Sutta with a baseball cap on backwards. No one does that. And with these awful glasses. They are not prescription. I couldn't read the writing once, and if I put them on, I can't see anything. It's just a blur. But it magnifies the writing into massive proportions. I guess they're reading glasses. But I have to find just the right thing. And they're not mine. Somebody just lent them to me. And he was here in the previous training, and I had him read, and he said, I don't have my glasses. And I said, yes, you do. And I saved them, and I gave them to him. He says, you can have them. So thanks. That is Tat Param Purusha Kyate Guna Vatrishnyam. That is a very important one, as all of them are. Number 17. Who wants to try this? Roy, do you want to try it? With with speaker and microphones and megaphones and what have you. Okay. Okay, don't try it. Let me try, because I have a mic. Otherwise, poor Michelle Resnikesh Gausman Gandavari has to be like a social butterfly. I got it, Michelle. I'm going to chant it.
I'm troubleshooting the floor mics, so.
Yeah, these are brand new mics. They should be working perfectly.
Yes.
I'm not a big fan of high-tech stuff. Just like the AC, just like the toilet fan in the second bathroom, just like what else? The elevator. I'm not a big fan of tech stuff. 17. Vitarka vicharananda asmita nugamat sampragnata.
Check. Okay.
Here he's giving us the very first level of samadhi. This is Samadhi Pada, after all. Is it not the chapter on samadhi? So finally, he's describing the very first level of samadhi. Samadhi is perfect concentration. That's what it means. Samadhi can also mean divine absorption. Did you figure it? Look, Michelle Rasnikesh Gausman. She's very tech savvy, I found. So let's break down the words. Vitarka, reasoning. Vichara, reflecting. Ananda, rejoicing. Asmita, pure I amness. Anugamat, due to the following. Sampragnata, distinguishing, discerning, samadhi. Sampragnata, break down the words in an English sort of way. Sam means with or together. In Dutch and German, sam means together. Pragnata means impregnations. This is samadhi with impregnation. The specific impregnations of reasoning, vitarka, vichara, reflecting, ananda, rejoicing, and asmita, pure I amness. And we have the yoga pose to prove it. You know which one it is. Parivrita Dhanurasan, revolved bow. Who knows how to do it? Vishal Rasnikesh Gausman, ladies and gentlemen.
Reasoning with the heart, yeah?
So she brings her hands into the seal of reasoning. It's called Vitarka Mudra. It's more in the Buddhist tradition, but Anuttara Yoga does exist in Tibetan Buddhism as the supreme enlightenment. So then she reaches her right hand, grabs the outside of the left foot, and she condenses her heart light. It's reflection. She reflects the light of her heart. She's probably looking in the mirror anyway, usually. And then she rejoices, Ananda. And then she comes up and points at herself, Asmita, pure I amness. And then she lunges back and she does whatever she wants to do after that. Thank you so much, Michelle Rasnikesh Gausman. Do you see? So it was very difficult for me to give them a physical memory of this difficult philosophy. So one day I said to myself, how can I give a physical memory of this difficult philosophy? And I came up with the revolved bow pose. You bring your hands into reasoning, vitarka, the first impregnation. You reach and grab, lead with your heart like vichara, reflection. Then you rejoice, ananda, and then you point at yourself, pure amness, and you're on your way. At that point, you've already achieved the first level of samadhi anyway. It's in the warriors and triangle sequence. Mr. Yash, who is religious only with Raja, I convinced him to show up for vinyasa. And he was awesome. Were you shocked at how awesome you were? Tell us about your experience.
Grab the mic, please.
Well, I just wasn't like falling over the place like I thought I would be. Like I actually had a decent bit of stability and no, and like it just seemed like the way the flow went, like I was just able to. It was like I already had it in my memory for so. I've only taken like a few vinyasa classes in my life, but I don't know. Yeah, it didn't really seem foreign at all. I was like, oh,
There were some skaras of it. There were psychic impressions.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. You already had regrooved your plastic tissues. So your body already was open and flexible through your Anuttara Raja practice. So when you do the muscle practice, it's like, hey, the connective tissue knows exactly what to do. Yeah, I was impressed. It's always a joy for me to see people who are consistently coming only to Raja to finally convince them to show up in a Hatha yoga or a vinyasa class. You cannot just exercise your connective tissue. You have to exercise the corresponding tissues, the muscles, the elastic tissues. If you just pull and you pull and you pull at your connective tissues will become lax. And it's dangerous to have lax connective tissues. You become what is called hyperflexible. You become what is called double jointed, and it leads to problems. You also need to exercise your muscles. You have to exercise the muscles. If you don't use your muscles, you will lose your muscles. And the best way to exercise muscles is through forceful yoga, hatha yoga. And the most fun hatha yoga is vinyasa. I'm sorry, vinyasa is a lot more fun than just... Who has done Bikram?
Yeah.
Was it fun?
No, horrible.
Why horrible?
It was yoga boot camp. There was no joy.
There's little joy. And you see how these lights are blinding me? That's how the lights blind you in the Bikram class. They have the lights on top, and it's hot, and
then they
it's
leave
very
you there.
hot.
And then there's no closing. They just leave.
No? Much more.
Yeah.
Mine is 93, 94. That is 105, 110.
No water breaks.
And no water breaks. When I say, don't be a psychopath, please, don't listen to somebody who says, don't drink some water. Please, drink some water. This is the opposite. It's, you know, a lot of things, now, we understand now a lot of things that somebody like Bikram did not understand back then. We understand now that if you lock your knee, you will... Tell us about the golf balls. Chittapotri has a very disturbing story, actually.
So I started with Bikram, and they would tell you, lock the knee when you're doing standing head to knee. And so I would religiously lock that knee. And I developed huge golf balls behind my knees. So it was like I had a knee in the front and a knee in the back.
That's bursitis protrusion.
So I said to the teacher, the owner, I said, you know, ever since I started coming, I got golf balls behind my knees and they're growing.
Did they hurt?
Well, it was just a weird feeling to have balls behind your knees. So he said, oh, don't worry about it. Everybody gets those. And Hillary, the teacher, she's getting surgery to get them removed. She'll be fine in a couple weeks. You can get surgery too.
That's a solution.
Yeah, he said.
Get surgery.
He said, don't worry about it. No,
the teacher
I started coming here. And it took a couple years to go away, but it shrank, and it shrank over time. But it got cured from here.
Yeah.
But,
there's a lot of things.
but don't
Bikram
forget the
does.
smell of the carpet.
Oh my God, the smell of
And
that
the carpet would squelch. If you didn't go to the first class of the day, the carpet would be like a quarter inch of water. You'd be wading through the sweat in the carpet.
You would walk onto this.
And
it was a cheap commercial carpet, and as you walk barefoot, it would go It was squelch. And the smell was like, it was like you stuck your face into a marathon runner's shoe. That's what it smelled like. Hot and stinky. The door opens and it was a smell coming at you. And then I remember I was doing Shalabhasana, locust, where you lift your legs up. And the sweat, I was sweating so much, the elbows slid from my corpulent, wet torso. And then I licked the carpet. And there were microfibers on my tongue, and sweat, and toe jam, and like pubic hairs. And I don't know what was that. It was most horrible thing I've ever, and the gag reflexes. And nobody cared if I was okay or not. They really didn't care. Do they care? No. Militant. And you're not allowed to drink water. So what I would do is I would say, I have a weak bladder. I don't. But I would run out and go sit under the cold shower and then run back in again. And then they picked up on my little tricks. Then you got okay with it. You know, you get conditioned. Then I could hardly wait to come back. I enjoyed it. A lot of what you will do in Anuttara is very much like Bikram, except that the sequence is different. I think it's more logical. It's more anatomically logical. For instance, you will do a pose, and then you will do a counter pose. And then you will do another pose, and then another counter pose. And you know, and if you do backwards, you're going to do spine twists in between. Things that Bikram doesn't do. And also other poses he does that are very difficult. The most difficult for me was eagle with the legs twining on top of each other. Why don't you just kick me right there? It's less sore. It's the most brutal pose. Men are not supposed to do things like that. So we do Garudasana in other poses, with the knees together in Supta Bhadrasana. We lift the arms up. We do eagle wings when we fly to the moon, just so I can say the eagle has landed. You know, just to make it more fun and to tell a story. I remember they were doing warriors. They do warrior 2 and then warrior 2 triangle. One day I blurted in class, because I knew all this history and philosophy. I was just learning the actual poses. And I would blurt out in class, it's Virabhadra. Do you know who he was? And then the teacher turned around and said, Philip, nobody cares who he was. It's warrior. And then I would blurt out, warrior 2 triangle. It's not warrior 2, it's Sri Yantra. Sri Yantra is the holy sign. It's a symbol of the heart. David was a warrior. David was a warrior. It's the Star of David and everything. I'm like, Philip, please shut up. And then more of, you know, that kind of stuff. So then when my teacher, you know, finally broke away from Bikram, because Bikram threatened to sue him like he sued everybody else. I think of Bikram as the Trump of yoga.
Yeah.
So when he threatened to sue my teacher said, you know what, I'm no longer associated with your school. I'm going to create my own method, which he did, and successfully, and I'm going to do my own teacher trainings. And Bikram was like, you can't. Nobody knows this stuff. What kind of nonsense teacher trainings are you going to do? He says, watch me. And he called me and says, will you do the philosophy and the history component? Because I was already blurting out all these things in class. I said, I would be honored to. I would be delighted to. But I can't pay you a lot of money, because I said I don't want to be paid at all. I will just want to do it so that I can share this with the world. Because if I don't, I will burst, as I'm sure you've seen in the middle of class. I'm about to burst. And that's how it began. Anyway. But it all started when I slipped in Shalabhasana and I licked the fibrous carpet. It tasted like feta cheese. Yeah, okay. Let's continue. It's scared for me to talk because I'm being recorded. My every utterance is going to go out into the universe. So what, right, Chitapotri?
Microphone.
I don't want any raised feature. I want my utterances to go out into the universe. I'm not this body, I'm not this mind. What am I worried about? Huh? It's not like you an attorney of record, right? In a court hearing, and your every utterance gets, it's the same record, but it's private. You have to pay to get onto this anyway, so.
And sign waivers.
And sign waivers. All right, everyone. So Samprajñata Samadhi is accompanied by reasoning, reflecting, rejoicing, and pure amness. Samprajñata, the best way, and it's really not correct, but the best way is to give it the closest cognate in English, with impregnations. Impregnations of vitarka, reason, vichara, reflecting, ananda, rejoicing, and asmita, pure I amness. What is the difference between asmita, pure I amness, and ahamkara, ego? Pure I amness is more correctly ahamkara. Asmita is ego. So here, I take exception to Swamiji's interpretation. Ahamkara. Aham means I am. Ahamkara means I amness. Asmita is really ego. Who wants to Google ego in Sanskrit or meaning of asmita in Sanskrit? Try different variations. Do you have access to the Google machine, Michelle Raznakash?
I do.
Oh, yours speaks into it. Yeah, I teach me how to do it because my fat thumbs just always. Huh? Don't know this word.
Ahamkara.
Ahamkara.
And also asmita, like the capital I is my true self and the reflection is the little I, ego.
What is the difference in English between I amness and ego? If it's all about I am, it's all about me. What's the difference between that and ego? Don't forget, Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, didn't he say, I am the beginning, I am the middle, I am the end, I am this, I am that, I am this. He said, aham, aham, aham. Was he being egotistical when he was describing that, Chittapotri, do you think? No, he was being pure I amness. So ahamkara is I amness. Asmita must be ego. Anyway, I don't agree 100% with what Swamiji, how he translates some of the words. Some of the translations, you will see me bring it up every now and again, that I'll offer an alternative. Yes?
I thought I amness is what you were talking about earlier with the non-duality.
That's the Purusha, which is God. Moses watched the burning bush and said, what are you, Merta? He said in Hebrew. And it said, I am that I am. Ayar Asha Ayar. I am that I am. That must be the higher self, the pure I amness. Asmita must be very low down on things. It must be ego. Yeah. Maybe in Sanskrit, in some of the texts, Asmita and ahamkara are interchangeable. Maybe they're synonyms. Maybe we're splitting hairs. I don't know. It's just an observation that I had, and it's a personal one. I don't want to make it dogmatic. But just so you know, okay? Let's continue. This is called scholarship. You like scholarship? I love scholarship. 18. 18 is what?
The life force.
The life force. And don't think this is just numbers. It's very much Gematria. What is Gematria? Numerology. The word Gematria in Hebrew comes from the Greek geometria, geometrics. So there's a reason why certain sutras have a certain number. 18 is the Hebrew letter Chai. And Chai literally means life. Chai. Is there a cognate word in Arabic? Like Chai, life. Ayah. All right. Virama Rajayabhyasa Purva Samskara Shevo Anya. So, by the firmly convinced practice of the complete cessation of the vrittis, of the mental modifications, impressions only remain. Just the samskaras, the impressions remain. This is the other samadhi, asamprajnata samadhi. So, let's look at the vocabulary. Vocabulary is so important. Virama, which means complete cessation. Pratyaya, the content of the mind, mental modifications. So pratyaya must be an alternative term to describe vrittis, right? Abhyasa, by the practice. Purva, the previous. Samskara, impressions. Shesha, remain. But when you burn away these seeds, these impregnations of samprajnata samadhi, then you have achieved samprajnata samadhi. The is a negative, means without impression, without seeds, without impregnation. I have birds at home, and when I feed them, clean the cages, I'm usually barefoot. Who's ever stood on bird seeds?
Ooh, right, like Legos.
It hurts, yeah. They leave impressions on your soul. That is samskaras, impressions on your souls. The seeds of a samprajnatas with impregnations, seeds, asamprajnata are the little dimples of impressions that the seeds leave on your soul. In this case, sole of the foot, but on your soul, literally. Is that a nice way to describe the difference? I'm so delighted with myself with the seed story. So one day I'm in the cage and I'm cleaning and I step on seeds and it leaves little dimples and impressions. And I said, seeds, samprajnatas, impregnations or seeds. And then I get rid of the seeds and it leaves little dimples. And I said, impressions, asamprajnatas. I said, perfect analogy, the most perfect analogy. In samprajnata samadhi, with impregnations, with seeds, the buried seeds can still come into the conscious mind given the opportunity, and they will pull you right back into worldly experience. That is why all these 4 stages should be passed, and you should get into asamprajnata samadhi, where even the ego feeling is not there, and the seeds of past impressions are rendered harmless. What are the 4 stages again of samprajnata? Vitarka, which means reasoning, rationalizing. So if you're sitting there in meditation, you say, oh my God, I am in samadhi at this point. Have you ever done that? You sat and you said, oh my God, I'm in samadhi. You immediately out, because that's the seed of rationalization. You're rationalizing, you're reasoning. It's called vitarka. Then another thing comes into your consciousness. You reflect. Or you look at your reflection in the mirror and see how cute you look while you meditate. That's vichara, not vikara. Eli, vichara. A ka is always a k. A c is always a cha. Vichara. Then the next stage is ananda. Then you're like, oh my God, I am so meditating. You are in a state of rejoicing. Look at me meditating. You might even take a selfie, post it in social media. Huh? You're rejoicing in your accomplishment, or you're just very happy. Yeah, but you're just happy with your accomplishment. And then you go into a state of pure I amness. You are so into yourself right now. I am such an accomplished yogi. Have you ever felt that way? I have. Honestly, I have. I sort of look in the mirror, vichara. I'm like, put a smile on my face, ananda. And then I'm so superior to everyone else, asmita. And I'm reasoning and reflecting. Why am I so superior? Because I practice so much harder than they do, that's why. Which immediately means I haven't achieved shit. It's just the most raw, brutal, savage, primitive form of samadhi. Goody for you, Philip. But then when you overcome these 4 stages, it's sampragnata. The of course, is a negation. Like symmetrical versus asymmetrical. Sampragnata versus asampragnata. It's a higher step. There's no reasoning, there's no reflecting, there's no rejoicing, there's no I amness. There's just pure calm. You've achieved asampragnata samadhi.
After my feet.
So before you reach the asampranyata samadhi, which is, I guess, the pure samadhi, you have to go
It's
through.
pure ra. It's not the highest one.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, it's pure ra. It's better.
You have to go through the sampranyata samadhi.
Most people do have to go through this in stages, in hierarchies. Some people go to the highest samadhi immediately, and he'll tell you who these people are and under what circumstances it may happen. But for most of us, it's a process. The first step of the process is sampragnata. The second step is asampragnata. Then there's a third step, and a fourth step, and a fifth step. There's 7 steps. 7th heaven. You heard of 7th heaven? There's 7 levels to heaven. Samadhi is you absorb into the heavenly realms. Your consciousness just absorbs into the heavens. So he's going to show us. Sometimes we're going to get confused because he calls sampragnata samadhi and asampragnata samadhi, he calls them by a different name. He'll call it bija samadhi versus nirbija samadhi. Bija means seed. So again, it's just synonyms. But he does it on purpose so that the silly Western reader from 2,000 years later can get confused. Yes.
Just by those 2, sampragna and asampragnata, you can see now where you would where you would think asmita in the first one is pure I amness as ego. And now just the way you put it, it actually does make sense that the first level of samadhi would be more you're leaning on your ego because it's kind of your training wheels.
It's your train. Not only that, but you look beautiful if you look in the mirror.
Yeah,
Here you are doing a revolved bow, and then you do a full bow. Look how beautiful I am.
Encouraging.
Look how awesome I practice. Does nobody else see how awesome I am? I mean, and it's encouraging because, you know, it sounds silly, but it's very helpful. It's part of your yoga process. You want to get acknowledged. You want the praise. You want the teacher to say, very nice. You want that. I want that. Everybody wants that. We're human beings. We are emotional, intellectual, feeling human beings. We want that. So samprajñata samadhi, samadhi with these impregnations, is part of the natural process. You mustn't discount it and say, oh, it's so savage and barbaric and low class. It really isn't. It's part of the process. When you achieve the higher level of samadhi, just the impressions of the praise and the fabulousness remain. You don't need to hear it from anybody else. It's already left impressions on your practice. It's left impressions on your soul, which is fine. And then one day, even those impressions go. You're so in the now. You're so in the moment. You don't care. You have achieved desirelessness. You have achieved vairagyam. And you've reached another level of samadhi. It's all very logical, what he's describing. If you can just get past the terms. But the terms themselves are so descriptive that it is important we understand these terms clearly. So now we all know, if you want to give life to your practice, you must achieve asamprajñata samadhi. And that is verse number 18. And 18 is? The life force. You will find this constantly, these synchronicities throughout this. There are those who say that this book is as much revealed scripture as the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas or the Torah or the Gospels or the Quran. It's as much revealed. It's a sacred text. Do I think it's a sacred text? I don't know. To me, it's more like a scientific handbook, a how-to book on how to practice yoga.
So it's definitely more practical than any other religious books I've read.
It's very practical. So I think it's a handbook. But, you know, it speaks about God. I mean, it's a spiritual text, but it's a handbook, a practical handbook on spirituality. Is it a religious? No, it's not religious. No. You will see, he mentions Purusha as the divine personage, but nowhere does he say this divine personage is Krishna, or this divine personage is Vishnu, or Shiva, or Brahma, or Jehovah, or Hashem. He doesn't give you any name. So it's not religious, it's just broad spirituality. He was very careful as well. And I'll explain exactly what the religious tradition is behind the Yoga Sutra. It's not what you think. You'll be shocked at what it really is. I'm not telling you now, but I will tell you at some point.
It almost seems like it's the Cliff Notes. You know, it's like the most abbreviated, important information if you're really going to take your practice seriously, that this is the bare minimum of what you need to know.
Yeah.
Like the Cliff Notes.
I'm sorry, what? I was just reading Sarah's text. She went to Aldi and she found sturdy boxes, and she's beside herself with Vitarka and all these things. Let me just put on a thing, some acknowledgement, the poor thing, because I'm always so curt with her. It's just how I am. Yeah, I'm like a teacher. Nice. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, what was your question? I don't remember. Okay, maybe it wasn't important. Yeah, or it'll come back. All right, let me put on these seeing eyeglasses. 19. Who wants to chant it now that we have functional microphones? Roy, do you want to take your chance? Roy is old hat at this. Roy read basically the Bhagavad Gita from cover to cover.
Bhava, Pratyo, Vyadra,
Videha.
Videha. Use a Somalian word, Prakilayanam.
Yeah. Bhava pratyayo videha prakriti layanam. Come everyone, let's sing it with me and Roy. Are you guys ready? Bhava pratyayo videha prakriti layanam. What does it mean, Roy?
Those who leave their physical bodies and attain the state of celestial deities, or those who get merged in nature have rebirth.
So who are the ones who get reborn? Who are the ones who reincarnate? Who wants to be reincarnated after they die? Not a single one of us. Isn't that interesting, huh? What about you, Mr. Yash? All right, well, he doesn't know. I love being on this planet. I think it's the most beautiful planet. I love being alive. I love being in this body. I'm very happy with my body. I'm very happy with what it can do. I'm very happy being born. But here he says, those who merely leave their physical bodies and attain the state of celestial deities, or those who get merged in nature, they have rebirth. I think he is suggesting that having rebirth is not the optimal objective. I think the optimal objective is to absorb into the heavenly realms, to get off this cycle of birth and rebirth, which the Buddha called the cycle of suffering, or the wheel of samsara, the wheel of suffering. Because to be born is suffering. To grow up is suffering. To sustain yourself is suffering. To fall in love and lose it is suffering. To pay taxes is suffering. To get sick and perhaps get better is suffering. To get old is suffering. And then to die a miserable death is suffering. And I don't think people really appreciate that. I don't want to come back again and again. Once is enough. Yes.
Ananda on one of his talks, he kind of logically proves that we are reborn because he said, well, why would we be afraid of death, or why would we not want to die so much? Because you don't not want to do something you didn't know existed before. I thought that.
I'm scared to ask about the baby at the edge falling down. I don't want to hear anymore.
It's in the book.
Oh, yeah, okay. The purports are not always the same, reprint by reprint. Have you guys noticed? Okay. Those who, where's this about the baby? I'm very fascinated now. baby at the edge falling down. Oh,
Clinging
okay.
to life. Which sutra is that? Is why we cling to the
It
last.
says even amongst the wise, there's a clinging for life.
Right,
And
and so then he talks
it's up-
about rebirth, and he says, how does a baby know to stop at the edge? Because they've been here before. A good baby would walk on through.
Okay. Okay, we'll get to the baby falling off the edge of the cliff. Okay. Bhava means mood. Bhava means emotion. Bhava means existence. Bhava means beingness. From the root word bhu. Bhu is clay. It's mud. How do you say it in French? Bhu. You see? Same. Bhava means physical existence, but it can also mean spiritual existence. There's this, my favorite mantra, and it's not everyone's favorite. It says, there is no father, there is no mother, there is no husband, there is no wife, there is no son, there is no daughter. There is only existence. There is no victory, there's no defeat, there's no health, there's no ill health. They all go. And in the end, there's just existence. It sounds so delightful. And existence in the sense here is in the feminine, bhavani, and because it's feminine, it's dynamic existence, because the female is dynamic, the male is inert. That's just a bhava. But the female is bhavani. She's more dynamic. I find women are more dynamic. Come to my vinyasa classes and do a gender ratio. The big old muscle dude in the back, flat on his back 5 minutes later. That frail little lady kicks ass. It's amazing how dynamic and strong the divine feminine is. Astonishing. It never ceases to amaze me. And these are tough poses. It's hot, and it's loud, and it's relentless, and it's brutal, and it's all goddesses in there. Some of them well into their late 70s. And the big muscle dude, flat on his back 5 minutes later. Oh, it was hard. Very, very strong. Can you imagine giving birth, Ellie? I don't want to imagine. That's the biggest reason why I don't want to be reborn. What if that would scare me terribly. So, what was it like, Michelle Resnikash-Gassman?
Giving birth?
Yeah.
It was miraculous.
Okay, fine. But was it enormously painful?
Yeah. Very, very challenging. And the thing is...
Could a male sustain such pain?
No.
He would
No.
die, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. For the rest of his life, complain. Yeah.
And it's a pain you could... That's funny. That's all you would ever talk about. Yeah. It's a pain you can't breathe yourself way through. You can't think through. You just...
It feels like you're breaking in two, like you're splitting apart.
Yeah. It's unlike anything you could imagine. But the thing is, you remember that it's temporary. And it's beautiful within that.
And how temporary is it? Like 36 hours of labor? Or?
6 hours or so.
All right.
Yeah. They just walk out at that point.
Was it easier the second, third time?
They just bang bang came quick enough, you know?
At the same time?
I know, and
Oh.
3 different ones. No. So, and they came so fast. I had no time because nowadays, I think most of all the women, they get epidural, whatever it's called.
Epidural.
And actually, you feel nothing. But I kept on saying, and I was in Germany, okay? Got my 3 kids over there, and I was saying, I want the needle, because I wanted the epidural. And we're talking 30 years back, okay? This is a long time. And they would say, no, 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 you're too dilated. Soon you will get the baby. I don't want the baby. I just want the needle. I did not want anymore. And all you know, it just comes out, and the second it's out, it's like the pain is gone. It's like
So it's immediate relief.
Yes, it's an immediate relief. Absolutely. But you forget about that. Because why would I get a second one? You know, ask this question, why would I get a third one? We're not, masochists or whatever we call them. Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm happy with all this. But anyway, here bhava is existence or birth. Pratyayo is mental modifications or content of the mind. Videha means special body. A deha is a body. Very closely related to the word deha is the word desha, which means a field or a land, as in Bangladesh, the land of the Banglas. Videha means a special body, perhaps the body of a gray alien, or perhaps the body of an angelic presence, the body of deities, celestial deities. These entities, gray aliens, celestial deities, angels, these are subject to birth and rebirth. They are definitely fall within the cycle of reincarnation. But you cannot escape existence. You cannot say, I want to end it all. You do. And there you are. Perpetual existence, Bhavani. There is no alternative to existence. Does that make sense? Yes. So if Hamlet is saying, to be or not to be, that is the question. Remember Hamlet's soliloquy in Shakespeare? Whether to suffer the pains and slings of the arrows of an outrageous fortune, or to end it all. Or you remember all that? Your response to Hamlet would be, sorry, dude. You cannot end it. There's only Bhavani, perpetual existence. Whether you are in this body or you kill this body, there you are. No matter where you go, namaste, here we are. You cannot opt out of existence. There is only existence. If we can understand that with every fiber of our intellectual being, things like suicide wouldn't become strong in some people's despair, because the option after the death of, self-will death is existence. You're still there. Your consciousness cannot be snuffed out. Your soul cannot be destroyed. There is only existence. Can people understand that? Yes.
So this might be dark. I apologize.
Well, this conversation can get dark.
Yeah, this might be dark, but a lot of suicide in my circles. And what you just said, I was thinking that about suicide. And so one thought that I have is ending it all, suicide not being so depressing. If you think of a samurai or someone ending it to start over.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Harikiri.
Yes. It's a fresh start. So you could almost see suicide as a fresh start for someone. And I know that's very dark to say, and I'm not saying it in literal, like, hey, kill yourself, fresh start. This is a very spiritual like these, a ninja is very spiritual, so I just, and full stop, I'm just putting that thought out there. It's not a finished thought, it's not a refined thought.
Perhaps, yeah, I get what you're saying. But the point is that if suicide is a fresh start, oh well. But if suicide is for the attainment of oblivion, just to cease to exist, to not be, as Hamlet said. Sorry, dude. Sorry. There is only Bhavani, perpetual existence. That's all there is. Perpetual existence. Remember, your soul existed before the universe was born. And who created the universe? You were already there. So, and that's central to the narrative of Anuttara Raja Yoga. You've heard me speak about this in class, have you not? You've been to the classes where I talk about this. And people have heard it before again and again, but it's always good to hear it again and again. It's affirming that you cannot die. The death, why do we fear death so much when there is no such thing? The essence, say, of the Christian religion is the victory of life over death. How the Rabbi Jesus reincarnated, not didn't reincarnate, he resurrected and he defeated death. But that's also the same message in yoga, that you don't die, that there's a victory of life over death. If the body may die, but your personality, your memories, your samskaras, everything that makes you who you are, it's energy, and you cannot destroy energy. You cannot create it either. There is only Bhavani. There is only existence. And I think this is what he's alluding to in this sutra. So let's read it again with that in mind. Should we try? Let's try. Those who merely leave their physical bodies and attain the state of celestial deities, or those who get merged in nature, they have rebirth. You don't want to join the celestial deities. You want to reabsorb. You don't want to reabsorb back into Prakriti or nature. You want to absorb into the heavenly realms. That's the only way you don't have to, that you don't have to be reincarnated. Many times in Christian and Islamic belief structures, the idea of reincarnation is against the religion. That if you submit to Allah, you go to heaven. That if you believe in Jesus, you go to heaven. And the concept of reincarnation is nonsense. Either you go to hell or you go to heaven. The choice is yours, based on your belief. Judaism is not so dogmatic about this. Judaism doesn't have any comment to make about this. Here, it's more like Judaism. It's based on what your soul needs, based on what your soul needs to achieve, that determines your subsequent fate after death. That's it. And in the traditions of India, the concept of reincarnation, it's not even questioned. It's just a given. It's so accepted that it's like saying the sun went down in the west and it's going to come back up in the east. It's a given. It's not even a conversation to be had. It's just a given. But it doesn't have to contradict Christian and Islamic belief at all. Maybe it's true. Maybe you do go to hell. You can reincarnate in the hell realms. How is it that people can reincarnate at this time on this planet and their life is hell? And somebody who lives on the same planet in the same neighborhood at the same time, their life is heavenly. Why is it that your life is hell and my life is heavenly? Yeah. So, hell is not just a place. Hell is also a situation, a condition. And so is heaven. For some of us, this is heaven. For some of us, this could be hell. Let's continue. The important thing to remember is that beingness is a non-negotiable. You are, you will be, you always will be. You are an eternal soul. That doesn't contradict Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. You are an eternal soul. It's just that simple. And this just brings it as a matter of logic. It's not even to be discussed. It's a given. So let's continue. Number 20. Oh, that's a big word. Who wants to attempt this big word? I think it should be Mr. Yash.
With the microphone.
With microphone.
Shraddha?
Are you asking or are you saying?
Oh, am I saying it?
You asking it. Yeah, say it, but don't put a question mark at the end of every.
Shraddha, Vira, Smriti, Samadhi.
Are you reading the breakdown of the word? I want you to read that one big
I'm
word.
trying to break it down.
Don't.
No. Okay.
Hold it close to your mouth, please.
What's that?
Hold it real close.
Oh, okay. All right. Shraddha, Vira, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna, Purvaka, Ita, Resham.
Excellent. It's as good as your vinyasa practice.
10% then.
Should we sing it with Mr. Yash? Yes. Okay. Sada virya smita samprajna purvaka itarasham. So let's break down the words. Shraddha is faith. Virya is vigor, like virile or power. Smriti is, remember memory is smirtaya? Smriti is memory. Samadhi is contemplation. Prajna is precognition or precognitive. It means discernment, wisdom, insight. Purvaka means precedes. Itaresham, for the others. So for the others, this asampragnata samadhi, the samadhi without seeds, could come through faith, vigor, memory, contemplation, or by discernment. You remember earlier, one of you asked, I don't know who it was. Was it you? How do you, is it the process? You do sampragnata, then you achieve asampragnata. And I said, it depends. Here is your answer. For some people, it comes through shraddha, faith. For some people, it comes through virya, strength. For others, it comes through, what's the next one? Smriti. For others, it comes through samadhi, just by deep, deep meditation. So you can achieve asampragnata samadhi through different ways. What pose do we have that gives us the idea of shraddha, faith? You want to show us?
Sure. I'll show.
She'll show you.
Just zoom out and I'll come right over. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, there's a pose that I created. Why did I? Because I want to be able to give physical form to what this teaches. That's why. But these are valid yoga poses as well. I'm sure in other places they have another name for it. It's basically, she goes into Parivrita Namaskar, and then she goes into, what's it called? Parsvottanasana. Go into Parsvottanasana first. Stay in Parsvottanasana, the extended lateral pose, and then she comes up halfway and she flies on her wing in a prayer. In other words, she's displaying virya and shraddha, strength and faith. Is she not? If she didn't have faith, she would land on her face. If she didn't have virya or strength, she would land on her face. That pose I call Shraddhavi, which means faith. It's a good thing. Thank you, very nice. So when you guys finally do these poses in the vinyasa, for instance, will you look at them the same way or will you look at them differently this time? Yes, there's a big meaning. I cannot describe all this meaning. When the music is going, how's the music going?
Boom, 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 baby, baby, baby.
I mean, I can give you all this information in the middle of a vinyasa. Shraddhavi. Shraddha is faith. Shraddhavi means the female name, faith. Shraddhavi. It's faith. Have you ever met somebody called Faith? Her Sanskrit name would be Shraddhavi. Okay. So through faith, Shraddha, through vigor, Virya, through memory, Smriti, through contemplation, Samadhi, and through discernment, Prajna, or wisdom, you can achieve Asamprajnata Samadhi 21. 21 is one simple word. Why don't you say it? Chant it out, Miss Jamie.
With my
Tivra samveganam asanaha.
Which means you have to be a vegan.
I'm there.
Aren't vegans the most annoying people on the planet?
No, we're great.
I'm a vegan. Anyway, I had this person rant and rave at me one day about becoming vegan and how important it was, and all yogis should be vegans, otherwise they're not yogis, and what are you thinking? And after he ranted and raved, I said, I am a vegan. I am a vegan. A strict, radical vegan. And have been almost as long as you've been alive. And he stopped. See what happened? I was at Whole Foods. And every now and again, Whole Foods in the hot bar, they have vegan mac and cheese, which I like. So I'm all gloopy and globby, like, into the box. And a friend of mine who knows me said, can I say, hey, what's up? Can I sit with you? And then he just became a vegan. And he was, you know how all, you know, and he spoke and he spoke and he spoke around, and I'm like, I'm eating the mac and cheese. And he's looking at me with disgust. How could I eat this? And then at some point, I said, come, let me show you. I said, look, you missed it at the hot bar. Vegan mac and cheese. I am a vegan. I mean, does one carry a card in your wallet saying 100% vegan?
You have to wear a shirt that says it all the time.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, the word vega, somebody said it means vegan, but it doesn't. It means with great speed. And asana, not asana, but the double N. Asana means seat, but asana means to sit very close. So if somebody puts your mat really close to you in class, say asana. You know, why don't you just sit on top of my mat with me? Some of them do that. I mean, the room is completely open, and they put the mat right on top of you. I'm like, I don't want to share my yoga mat with you. Move on. Okay. So, Tivra Samveganam Sanna, to the keen and intent practitioner, this samadhi, the asamprajnata samadhi, comes very quickly. Samveganam means with great speed. Then we are going to do 22 and call it a night. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
That's my favorite one. Brido madhyatat mitratvat tatto pivishesha. Brido, mild, madhya, medium, admatratvat, intense or spicy, tato, from this or thereupon, api, also, differentiation or distinction. Do you see how terse these aphorisms are? He said they're not complete sentences. So let's figure out what it would mean as a complete sentence. It means the time necessary for success Further depends on whether the practice is mild, medium, or hot. Mild, medium, or intense. Who likes their practice mild, mridu? Who likes their practice madhya, medium?
Sometimes.
Who likes their practice hot, adi matratvat?
Woohoo!
That's how it is. When you go eat in a restaurant and they ask you, do you want it mild, medium, or hot? What do you say? You, Mr. Yosh? Medium. And you? Hot. And you, Nance? Madhya? And you? Medium. And you? Hot. And you, Roy? Okay. But you'll notice those who like their practice mild, medium, or hot choose the same in food as well. Because yoga is sustenance. Some of us just like it hot. Wasn't there a play like that? Some like it hot?
Yeah.
Oh, was Marilyn Monroe? Yeah, some like it hot. So I like it hot. How do you like your food? Hot. I want it so hot that I suffer. Every bite causes my throat to burn and my lungs to explode. And my sinuses to just run like that. So I can snivel and blow my nose to disgust everyone around me. That's how hot I like it. You cannot make it hot enough for me. So mridu madhya adi matratvat, that you will progress based on your level of practice. Now, mild, medium, or intense. Intense doesn't mean overexertion. Please understand the difference. Overexertion is the enemy of yoga, just like overeating is. Intense means serious practice. Intense means showing up every day, but taking a day off. Aggressive practice is not good. Aggressive practice will hurt you. In other words, aggressive practice is when you hyperextend or you stretch and you become very impatient with your poor body and you put your body into difficult contortions and you hurt yourself. There goes your practice. Over. If you get better, you can come back and you have to start from the beginning again. So remember that. I think we made very good progress for our first day of study. We will be referring back to these sutras. Even as you move into the book, we will be thumbing backwards as well, just to reconfirm or to get more elucidation as we go from one chapter to the other. How many verses in this chapter? A whole bunch. You see why we need so many weekends? Look, he put it in his shirt. You're the only other person who's... me, I do that all the time when I sneeze. I've never seen anybody else do that. Yeah, it doesn't, it just... But in the shirt, any spray gets contained. A sneeze is like a pulmonary orgasm. All right, people. Thank you. There's those dolmas there. I guess we can keep those that didn't open for tomorrow. If any are open, eat them now so they don't get wasted. I ate a whole can by myself. I can't even think of eating another one.